we've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. My name is Mati Kodou. I'm one of the organizers of the GDG Athens, and I would like to welcome you at the DevFest 2021. And as far as you can see, I'm not here alone. So let me introduce my friends. Elias, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Elias from GDG Cloud Thessaloniki. So now I'm in Thessaloniki, of course. And thank you everyone for coming today here and attending our event. Let me introduce you my friend Andreas Loizou, of course.
Good morning, everybody. Here is Andreas from GDG Cyprus. I hope you enjoy today's event. We have some exciting talks and some amazing speakers. Let me introduce my friend Leonidas.
Hello from the sunny Athens and GTG Athens. We are happy to have you once again in our DevFest. I hope you are having a great day and enjoy the talks. And let's go to Andreas from Cyprus.
Hello from me, I'm Nicosia. Happy to be here. And I hope you enjoy our today's event with lots of talks. This is the second year that we organize the GDG in collaboration with Greece and Cyprus. And now let's go to Panagis from the University of Charkopio.
Hello, everybody. I'm Panagis from GDSC of Charkopio University of Athens, and I'm very happy to be here on DevFest for the first time. And that's all for me. Now let me introduce you to my friend Michalis.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michalis from GDG Cyprus. Thank you for coming. Hope you will learn a lot of things today. And let me introduce you to Maria from GDG Cyprus.
Good morning from the sunny island of Cyprus. I think now we're everybody here. Hi, I'm Maria. I'm very happy to be here with everyone. DevFest is an annual event that we started from last year. The three GDGs last year, Athens, Thessalonica, and Cyprus. And this year we have Panagis as well joining us from GDSC. And I think it's time to kick off.
Definitely. I think it's time actually to start with our very first speaker, which is Aristides, right, Maria?
Oh, yes. Yes, and Aristides is a Google developer expert for Angular. And our very first talk is going to be from you, Aristides. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this, for accepting my talk. I hope, thanks very much all the groups for the collaboration and for inviting me, and I hope you will enjoy my talk.
Thank you, Aristides. So just before you start, just to mention that for everyone that wants to make a question to Aristides regarding his talk, you can actually post it on our streaming services on Facebook, on Twitch, and YouTube, plus on Slack. So Aristides, when you're ready, you actually can share your screen and start your talk. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everybody. As Maggie said, Maria, sorry, my name is Aristides Bambakos, but you can call me Aris because sometimes if you're not a native Greek language, it's more difficult to pronounce it. Today I'm going to talk to you how to electronify your Angular application, or in other words, how to run your Angular application in desktop mode with Electron. The purpose of this talk is not so much to dive into the implementation details of how to integrate Angular with Electron, but to showcase the power of the Angular framework and what you can do if you want to create some performant applications. So, the agenda of today's talk is first we will see some of the basics of the Electron library. Then we will show how to integrate an Angular application with Electron, and then how to do the same without writing any code using a tool that I have created, a library that I have created that I will demo to you later on. So some things about me. I work as a web development team lead at a company called Plexer, and I am a good developer expert for the Angular framework. I'm also a member of the organizing team of the Angular Athens meetup here in Greece. And also I work as a senior Angular instructor at CodeHub, a private educational institute where we teach other developers the Angular framework and to other professionals. I'm a huge fan of the Assassin's Creed video game, the franchise, and when I have time, I'm trying to play as much as I can. And the last 2 years, during the pandemic, I have authored 2 books for Angular with Pact Publishing. The first book is called Learning Angular 3rd edition, and it is destined for beginners to the Angular framework. It learns you how to get started with the framework. And the second book, which is live from this July, is called Angular Projects 2nd edition, and it showcases how to combine the Angular framework with 10 different hot emerging top technologies. So each chapter is a different project. It showcases how to create a different project with Angular. If you're interested in getting a copy of this book, in my Twitter profile, I run a competition these days because tomorrow it's my birthday. So I will give away 7 free copies of this book, of my new book, Angular Projects. If you're interested, you can like, share, or comment this tweet, and you can enter the big competition to win the big prize. All right. So let's get into the actual talk. So what is Electron? Electron.js is a JavaScript framework that we use to create cross-platform desktop applications by writing in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And when we say cross-platform, these are applications that you can run on Linux, Windows, or Mac OS. Electron is built with Node.js and Chromium, and that is the main reason that we can leverage our existing web skills to write this type of applications. Electron is just an NPM package that you can install using the npm install command. And please pay notice that Electron is installed in the development dependencies of our project because it is only used during development to package our application as a desktop app. Many popular applications have been built with Electron, such as Visual Studio Code, Slack, WhatsApp, and many more that you can check out on the official website of the Electron. So let's have a look at the architecture of Electron. An Electron application consists of 2 processes. The main process, which is responsible for heavy tasks or complex calculations, for example, when we want to interact with the file system, and it is this process that provides us access to the native resources of our system using the Node.js API. And the other process is the render process, which is responsible for managing the user interface of our application. It is actually this process that displays the web pages of our application, our HTML files. Now, Electron follows the Chromium multiprocess architecture. So in each Electron application, we can have only one main process that can communicate with different render processes. Each render process operates in complete isolation. So if you want to communicate from one render process to the other, you must go through the main process. And how do you do that? Well, Electron has a mechanism which is called Interprocess Communication Mechanism, or IPC. Sorry about that. Or IPC, and it allows the main and the render process to establish a common communication channel over which they can exchange messages between them in an asynchronous way. Okay, Aristides, so how do we write an Electron application? Well, as we have already seen, Electron is a JavaScript framework, so we write JavaScript to create Electron applications. A typical Hello World application in Electron is just a main.js file with this type of code. First, we import two objects from the Electron npm package. The app object, which is the global object of our application. You can think of it as our browser, and the browser window object, which is the window that is loaded inside this global app object. You can think of the browser window as the tab of the browser. So to create a browser window, we use the browser window constructor, and we pass a set of properties to define the dimensions of this window, width and height. Of course, there are many, many more options that you can pass, and you can check them out on the Electron website. Then we use the load file method of the browser window, and we pass a single HTML file that we want to load inside our desktop application. The browser window is created only when our application is ready. And this is accomplished when the when ready promise of the app object is resolved. After we have created our main.js file, we can open our terminal and use the Electron executable file and pass the path of the main.js to run our application. So if we run this command in our terminal, we will see a desktop window that will appear, and it will have our index.html loaded inside it. So now let's take a deep breath and get a high-level overview of an Electron application. Right, so generally, I like very much ice creams, right? Who doesn't? So when I want to think for a complex thing, I tend to think with the notion of ice cream. In our case, the base of our ice cream is the main process. So if we put the default flavor on our ice cream, which is our application assets, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, of course, we don't get an actual ice cream, but we get an Electron application. But what's going to happen if we want to put another flavor in our ice cream, an Angular flavor? Or in other words, how do we load our Angular application inside Electron? Well, in this case, we need to establish a more complex build pipeline because the Angular and the Electron code bases should be built separately. More specifically, the Electron code is passed through a bundler, for example, Webpack, and it outputs a single JavaScript file. Here, we call it shell.js because we tend to think that Electron is a shell for our application, right? At the same time, the Angular code is passed into the Angular CLI, and the Angular CLI will build it and output a single main.js file. Now, these two files are generated inside the same dist folder. This is a dist folder that the Angular CLI creates. And then we can again run our Electron client executable, passing the path of the shell.js, and it will load our Angular application inside the desktop window. Now, you may wonder how shell.js knows where are the Angular application assets. We should remember that the shell.js file is the main.js of the Electron code base. And inside this main.js, we load the index.html file. And this index.html file is the main HTML file of our Angular application. So that is why we put them all inside the same folder, so that the Electron code can find the index.html file of the Angular application. This is the load file method. The load file method of the Electron is one approach. There is an alternate approach that we can use, which is by using the load URL method of the browser window, And in this case, we don't pass a single HTML file, but a URL. Maybe this URL is the URL of our web server that hosts our Angular application. For example, in the default Angular CLI web server listens on localhost 4200. This approach is called URL-based. Of course, there are some pros and cons between each approach. For example, the file approach that we saw at the beginning is more secure because we're actually loading a local file, an HTML file from our local file system. But it is more complex to deploy because, as we saw, we need to build the two code bases at the same time separately. So that is the reason that it is difficult to update, because if you want to make a change to the Angular code base, you will need to build also the Electron code base, even if it doesn't change anything in their code base. On the other hand, the URL approach, of course, is more prone to security problems because you are actually loading a URL inside your Electron window. But it is more simple to deploy because the build of its code base is done in a different time way. So that is the reason that it is easier to update, because if you want to make a change to your Angular code, you just make the change, build the Angular code, deploy it to your web server, and the Electron application will still work, right? However, instead of going through all this development fuss with building this code base and building that code base and deploying and all this stuff, you can use a tool that I have created, which is called NGX Electronify, and it is actually an Angular library that allows your existing Angular application to run in desktop mode with Electron. It actually runs your Angular application inside the desktop window as a desktop app. You can install it using the ng-add command of the Angular CLI and passing the name of the library. I will now show you a demo of how this works to get a glimpse. Okay. So here, I have created a typical Angular application using the Angular CLI. I have executed actually the ng-new command of the Angular CLI to create a standard Angular application. I haven't added any code yet, except that I have run the command of the ng-add ngx electronify that I'll show you before. I have installed actually my library in this application. So typically, when you want to serve, an Angular application, what you do, you use the ng-serve command of the CLI. Let's wait for it to build. So this is the typical command for developing Angular applications. Now, if we open our browser on localhost 4200, which is here, we can see that it loads our Angular application as a web, in a web mode, as it was a web application. Now, if I return to my terminal and kill the process, I can run the same application as a desktop one using, again, the ng-run command of the Angular CLI, but this time I will pass the name of my application and the word desktop. This is how you run this Angular library. So now, again, it compiles our application as it did before. It serves it on the localhost 4200, and hopefully it loads it inside the desktop window. You can see that there is the toolbar, the usual toolbar of the desktop applications. Here we have the file menu. And of course, this area here is just a Chromium window. And we can have all the tools that Google Chrome has, for example, the developer tools. I can open the developer tools and inspect my application as it was a web application. I have the console, I can see the network. These developer tools are the standard developer tools that Google Chrome has, right? So this library that I have created actually hooks into the Angular CLI workflow. It builds your application, it serves it on the web server, and then it opens it, it wraps it, actually, it acts as a wrapper in an Electron window. Right, so what are the next steps for this application? I'm developing this application for about a year now, but it's an open source application, so I don't have so much time to push new features. Some of the features that I plan to integrate are, first, to allow the developer to export the Angular application as a single executable file so that you can take it with you and deploy it and distribute it in which way you want. For example, you can put it on a USB stick, or you can put it on, you can send it over email. Second, to integrate the Angular dev tools so that you can profile and debug your Angular application through a desktop window. And third, to allow the developer to interact with the Electron API, because the Electron API, as I said on the beginning, it is a Node.js API. So you can do really great stuff with this API. For example, access the file system, all sorts. Now I would like to talk a bit about security, because you see, sometimes people think that Electron is a browser, but it's not a browser, right? It acts like a browser. A browser like Google Chrome or Firefox has a very large team behind it that pushes security features and more features continuously. Electron has the bare minimum security features that you can think of. So we should never forget that all security problems that the web page has, Electron has them also. Okay, so why should someone use Electron? Sometimes people ask me, do I need Electron? Well, I have listed 3 use cases that I think are a good fit for an Electron application. First, if you want to give a multi-tab emulation in your environment. For example, your application can load multiple tabs like the browser does. Second, if you want your application to have a native look and feel with the toolbar on the top right for Windows or the file menu. And third and more important, if your team is more oriented on web skills and it doesn't have any expertise with desktop technologies, desktop language, for example, C# or C++, then that would be a good fit to develop an Electron application. On the last slide, I have put some links, resources that I think will be helpful for someone if wants to dive deeper. The first one is the Electron website. The second one is the quick start guide of the Electron that guides you how to get started without any framework. The third one is a list of best practices that someone should apply for security in an Angular application. And the Securing Electron Apps is a talk that I did in the WebRush podcast with John Papa about a year ago, where we talked about how to secure an Electron application. And the last one is my profile in the Google Dev library, where you can find the NGX Electronify library, along with other Angular open source projects that I have. For those that don't know, Google Dev Library is a website where we can find many things that have been built with Google, not only with Angular, but also with Flutter, Android. So I think you should check it out. It has really interesting things. So what we saw today, first we saw some basics of the Electron architecture and the Electron library. Then we saw how to integrate Angular with Electron the hard way, and then how to do it the easy way with the library that I have created, the NGX Electronify. At this point, I would like to thank the Google Developer Group of Athens and Cyprus, the Google Developer Group of Cloud Thessaloniki, Women Tech Makers Greece and Cyprus, and the Google Developer Student Club from University of Athens and Charkopio for accepting my talk. And thank you all. I will be very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Aristidis, thank you so much for your talk. This was great to see, like from end to end, how you've run this. I do have one question from our community, and this question is performance the same as a native app, or are there any drawbacks using Electronify?
Using Electron, NGX Electronify uses Electron. So Electron has has differences in memory consumption as a desktop application does. It needs more memory, and this is one of the drawbacks of Electron applications. And it is also the executable file that is of this desktop application is very large compared to a native one. For example, to create a Hello World Angular application, to create, a Hello World Angular application and run it with Electron, it goes about 150 megabytes, when the Hello World of the Angular application itself is 20 kilobytes. So yeah, there are these problems: the memory consumption and the file size of the output executable file.
I think that, Maria, we have another question for Aristidis, right?
Do we? Have I lost this?
Yes, I'm going actually to make the question. So Aristidis, the question is about what about the obfuscation of Angular? Is there a way to do it, and does it affect the Electron apps? I don't know actually what the word obfuscation means.
Maggie, I think the person that asked it means obfuscation.
Possibly.
Yeah, true. Actually, Electron is JavaScript. So we all know that JavaScript can't be obfuscated because someone can get the code, deobfuscate it some way, and see the code. So there is no actual, it doesn't worth to go and try to obfuscate it. What you can do, however, is try to minify it, scramble it, for example, change the variable names or the method names, and then Electron has a zip file format that you can use, which is called, it is like the tar compression format. I don't remember how it is. Oh yeah, it's called ASAR, and it actually zips your code so that it is smaller and you can't read it easily. But you can, if you can find an ASAR viewer, you can of course view the code. This is the same as viewing the code of Visual Studio Code. For example, if you go to your computer, you can see the code of Visual Studio Code.
And I have one more question. Thank you, Aristidis. Where can people access the presentation slides? Are these public?
I will share my link later in the Slack channel that we have. Or if you want, I can share it another way. But yes, I will upload it after in a couple of in 10 minutes, for example. Yeah,
that's great. We have, and just a reminder, quick reminder for everyone who's joining now. We have a separate Slack channel for every speaker. So head down to chat Aristidis Slack channel to find the slides. And if you have any further questions, you can ask Aristidis straight in that channel, and you can have your own conversation there for everybody who's interested for Angular.
Well, actually, as we have a lot of time, I think that we can make another question to Aristidis, because the Slack channel is actually on fire and there are a lot of questions regarding the Angular. So Aristidis, are you ready for our next question?
Yes.
What are the security trade-offs? Can we have some examples? URL-based as full build. It's a question from Andreas.
Right. So I guess they say about an example of security problem with Electron. In the case of the URL-based approach that I demonstrated, imagine that, for example, you load the biggest consideration is if someone has access to your Electron application and can make it to redirect to another URL from the one that you have set. It's like the fraud emails that sometimes you get from, when they try to cheat you about the banks, where they send you a link and you think that it is from the bank, but it is not. So someone, an eavesdropper, maybe, an evil guy, could access your Electron application and patch it so that some actions that you do does not redirect to the standard URL that you have set, but to an evil URL, and then it distributes this application to users. That way, they can pretend that they are the actual URL owners, but they're not. Generally, it has to do with the content that you load inside your Electron application, because sometimes you create an Electron application, and for example, there are some applications that don't consider HTTPS links, right? And they use only HTTP. But the things can happen if you don't use HTTPS, right?
That's great. I think that the Slack channel actually is on fire and there are a lot of questions. So we have another one, I think, which says, can we use Electrify to compile for mobile or it's for desktop application only?
It is only for desktop application. For mobile, you can use Ionic that has this type of build that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Ionic has, if you don't know it, it's called Ionic Platform, Ionic Framework, and it gives you the ability to write your Angular application once and build it for mobile, for desktop, for Electron. It has an Electron renderer, and for standard web.
Great. And we have another question about the Electron, which says, the question is from the Maxim, and the question says, Electron works only with Angular?
No, you can use any framework that you want. Electron is a JavaScript framework. You can actually write vanilla JavaScript to create an Electron application, but it is up to you what you want to achieve.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I think for now we do not have any other questions. Maria, can you confirm that?
Yes, confirmed. From what I can see, Aristides has answered all of them at the moment. I've seen a few people joining the Slack channel, so maybe more questions are going to follow later. Aristides, keep an eye on the channel. That is for you, and you can engage with everybody who's joining the DevFest. And I think now it's time to move on to our next speaker.
Yes, so and Aristides, many thanks for your presentation and the time. We're more than thankful, actually. It was a great presentation, and thanks for answering all those questions. There are a lot of questions. Many thanks for your time. And I will pass the floor to Maria. And Maria, I think that we can take a little bit of a break and return back in a few minutes with our next speaker, Daniel. So let's take a break, and Aristides, once again, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aristides.
Bye.
Bye.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
I'm from India.
We are from GDG Cloud London.
From Lviv, Ukraine.
GDG Kutaisi, Georgia.
I'm from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Murcia in Spain.
GDG Paris.
GDG London.
Czech Republic, Ostrava.
From North Macedonia.
Prague, Czech Republic.
From GDG Bari.
From Spain.
Hello from Norway.
Galway.
GDG Galway.
GDG Pisa, Italy.
Innovative.
Supportive.
Opportunity.
Helpful.
Progressive.
Memorable.
Chance.
Extraordinary.
Energy.
Inclusive.
Active.
Inspirational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait, are we talking to Google right now?
It's family.
When we co-organized the Women Tech Makers event in March.
International Women's Day, when we did the last event before the Corona lockdown.
DevFest Hellas 2020.
When we did DevFest Spain.
Was our participation in Dev Russia.
To organize biggest DevFest of France in February 2020.
Joining a developer student club events as a speaker.
Organization and the realization of the GDG Dev Party together.
The organizing of our very first DevFest in collaboration with 5 chapters across 2 countries, Greece and Cyprus.
When my GDG and all the other GDGs in Italy self-organized to create the Dev Party.
It's every time Java joins the recordings.
The connect moment from 2020 is Dev to the party, Dev to the party, Dev to the party, GDGDG.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google Developer Groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot, so I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
I'm from India.
We are from GDG Cloud London.
From Lviv, Ukraine.
GDG Kutaisi, Georgia.
I'm from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Murcia in Spain.
GDG Paris.
GDG London.
Czech Republic, Ostrava.
From North Macedonia.
Prague, Czech Republic.
From GDG Bari.
From Spain.
Hello from Norway.
Galway.
GDG Galway.
GDG Pisa, Italy.
Innovative.
Supportive.
Opportunity.
Skillful.
Progressive.
Memorable.
Chance.
Extraordinary.
Energy.
Inclusive.
Active.
Inspirational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait, are we talking to Google right now?
It's family.
When we co-organized the Women Tech Makers event in March.
International Women's Day, when we did the last event before the Corona lockdown.
DevFest 2020.
When we did DevFest Spain.
Was our participation in Dev Russia.
To organize biggest DevFest of France in February 2020.
Joining a developer student club events as a speaker.
Organization and the realization of the GDG Dev Party together.
The organizing of our very first DevFest in collaboration with 5 chapters across 2 countries, Greece and Cyprus.
When my GDG and all the other GDGs in Italy self-organized to create the Dev Party.
Is every time Java joins the recordings.
The connect moment from 2020 is Dev to the party, Dev to the party, Dev to the party, GDGDG.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google Developer Groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDJ, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot, so I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Hello everyone. Hi everyone. Our next speaker is Daniel Lamb with a talk building bridges and generate REST API clients using OpenAPI in Flutter. Daniel is an experienced web developer with Flutter. He has been working with Flutter since the official release, and he has developed a deep knowledge in the toolkit over the last few years. Daniel is also a very active member in the Flutter community, and he always tries to help beginners and other developers by sharing the knowledge. Remember, during the talk, to ask questions to Daniel about Flutter and API in the chat or in the Slack, and Daniel will try to address all these questions right after the call. Welcome, Daniel, and thank you for being with us today.
Hello, guys. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I have the opportunity to speak at your wonderful event. Thank you. So, I guess we can start.
Yes, Andre.
Perfect. So, hi guys. My name is Daniel. I'm software engineer at a company called DevFest, and today I want to show you how you can build bridges between your Flutter application and any REST API client you want using the OpenAPI specification. So you might think this is a pretty cool topic, or at least pretty interesting to know about it, but who actually is this guy who is talking right now? So as I said, my name is Daniel. I'm from Austria, which is a small country in the center of Europe. Don't get confused by Austria and Australia. It's a separate country, so I'm not from Australia. I'm a software developer at the DevFest, which is a small company in the countryside of Austria, where I'm also currently located at. So I'm in our office today, and we are specialized on building software for other companies to improve their work experience. And we are also using Flutter as our main technology, besides a few other web technologies. But yeah, that's why I'm also a Flutter developer. I'm in love with Flutter since version 1.0. So at least 3 years now. I also tried Flutter in the beta version, but like active developer, I'm since version 1.0. And I'm also here to help. Like it already got mentioned, I'm very active in the community. And if you have any questions about Flutter or any Flutter related topic at all, feel free to hit me up on Twitter. My handle is everywhere on this screen. And yeah, don't fear to ask me anything. And as you might can see by taking a look at the picture on the right side, I'm not taking myself too serious, so I try to be funny all the time. So yeah, that are a few things you have to know about me. And now we know that, I guess it's time to actually start talking about OpenAPI. Isn't it time for it? So let's go. So what actually is OpenAPI? So OpenAPI is nothing more than a format and how to describe several REST APIs. So you can think of it like a documentation about how your REST API looks behind the scenes. Its goal is to be as human readable and as machine readable as possible. So you can easily determine how the actual API works without knowing too much about any source code or any documentation by any developer or at all. And that's why it is written in YAML or JSON, because that's a very easy to read format for both human and machines. It was formerly known as Swagger specification, so a few of you might have heard of Swagger before, but we come to that in a bit more detail. And like the OpenAPI specification is just a format and how to describe a certain API, certain REST API. So it's the base for a lot of third-party tools, like as we mentioned it today, code generation. So we generate our API client for a specific REST API. And a lot of other few use cases are, for example, interactive documentation. So you can generate or build up interactive documentation for your REST API, or code generation for documentation, client APIs, or also for server-side code. So you can also generate server-side code by simply knowing the scheme, by simply knowing the description of your API. And its current version is version 3.1.0, so it already got 3 revisions since its creation in 2010. And you can think of it in like an interface for your REST API. So the interfaces you code in your day-to-day job are nothing more than exactly OpenAPI. If you take a bigger view of it, so it just describes how the REST API looks behind the scene without knowing too much about the implementation details at all. So an OpenAPI specification describes all available endpoints in a certain REST API and all their operations, if it's get or post. For example, you have a /users endpoint, and the /users endpoint has 2 operations, get and post. And the scheme describes which operation input, which input the operation needs to perform, and what I will get in return as an output. It also describes how the authentication of the input works and how it gets secured. So you also have information about that, and a lot of more detailed metadata like contact information or licensing, terms of use, and others like the actually used version of OpenAPI. So that's also part of the scheme. So you can see how such a scheme could look like. I have pasted a little code snippet here. So as you can see, normally there would be the metadata above the paths part of the scheme, but I kicked it out so I can show it you in a more condensed way, so you have a bigger overview of how it works. So I want to show you how easy to read it is. As I said, there is a /messages endpoint, which has the operation get with a certain operation ID. And in return, if we call this endpoint, we get 2200 as status code, which is described as OK. And the content we are receiving is an array of a type message. And the message is a custom type, which is also described down below. So the message is of type object, which has the properties body of type string, and the required properties are body. So as you can see, it is very easy to read and very easy to understand. Just by looking at it and like reading through the documentation of the API, it's very easy to understand how the API works without knowing anything about the API at all. So if it is written with a Java Spring backend or it's a .NET backend, it doesn't matter. I just have the plain documentation, like the plain description of the API here, and I can easily read it and understand it. And this is a JSON scheme, as you might have already seen, and it is either written manually by certain developers, so in advance, before writing the actual code for the backend, you can sit together and write the documentation for it. Or it is also possible to generate the scheme from an actual existing backend. So there are certain implementations for a lot of frameworks where the scheme for an existing API gets automatically generated on startup, but this is only available for programming languages that support reflection, so like Java or .NET. So it's not possible for JavaScript. So you cannot generate the OpenAPI scheme from a Node.js server, for example. I previously mentioned Swagger. OpenAPI was called Swagger specification before it got renamed to OpenAPI. But what actually is Swagger? So if you are interested in the topic I'm presenting today, and you will start to use OpenAPI in your own projects, you will stumble a lot. Well, you will find the term Swagger a lot in combination with OpenAPI, and that's why I just want to clear out what is Swagger and what is OpenAPI. So OpenAPI is just a specification. It is just the specification on how to describe an actual API. And Swagger is just a collection of the most well-known tools around this OpenAPI specification. So there is, for example, Swagger CodeGen, which is code generation around OpenAPI, or Swagger UI, which is like a documentation of your OpenAPI scheme, like a visible visualization, very easy to read and understand in a documenting way. And there's also Swagger Editor, which allows you to edit your OpenAPI scheme in a very easy way. So Swagger is just a collection of tools around the OpenAPI. But why was it called Swagger specification before it got renamed to OpenAPI? Because the company SmartBeer Software introduced or created the Swagger specification years ago and started to rename it to OpenAPI specification and to donate it to own initiative called the OpenAPI initiative, which is responsible for developing the specification. And it consists out of more than 30 companies from various different areas in the tech world. For example, Microsoft, Google, IBM, and this initiative tries to improve the specification more and more. So now you know what Swagger is and what OpenAPI is. But Swagger is not the only way, or not the only implementation of the OpenAPI specification. There are also others which we are going to talk about today, because we use the OpenAPI generator. So the OpenAPI generator is a generator for generating API clients, server stubs, documentation, or configuration of a server. And it's actually a fork of the Swagger CodeGen. So it got forked a few years ago when a team of certain developers found that they disagree with the direction of the Swagger CodeGen project, and they want to fork it and work on their own. And now we have an OpenAPI generator, which is there is not really a difference between, there's a difference between Swagger CodeGen, but they work pretty much the same, and it doesn't matter which one you use. But I like to use OpenAPI generator because it is very easy to understand and also very easy to integrate into your backend and also in your front end. And everything the generator needs is the scheme of the OpenAPI, like the OpenAPI scheme you either write manually or generate from your backend. And you give this scheme to the generator, and the generator generates the API client for it. And it's based on template files, so it is also open source. You can contribute and build your own generator. There are more than 40 generators for different programming languages and also different HTTP clients. We will see that in a while. And it is based on Java. So it's just a Java program that generates the OpenAPI clients. And all you need is the OpenAPI schema, as I already mentioned. So you just give it the scheme, and behind the scenes, it generates the client. So now we know what OpenAPI is. We know what Swagger is. We know what Swagger is not. And we also know which generator we are using. So I guess it's time to code. So first of all, I want to tell you what we're actually building. So as you can see, I have a very, very simple Flutter application, which is nothing too crazy. We just have actually nothing, but we want to display a list of my favorite books, which we receive from the backend. Currently, we use the fetch all books method to fetch the books, which currently returns an empty list. So we want to generate the API client for communicating with our backend. And we also have a Java Spring backend, which is already configured for API generation. So when we start the backend, the OpenAPI scheme gets generated, and I also integrated Swagger UI, so we can see the documentation for our generated OpenAPI scheme. And yeah, we also want to build a new endpoint which serves as details to a certain book, so we can tap on the book and like receive the details we want to know about it. Yeah, so currently we have like our book controller, and just a short disclaimer, I won't get too much deep into what is happening on the Java Spring side. I just show you, like, you will only see this file where we add our own endpoint, and the most part will be in Flutter. So don't get confused by the backend we use. The backend is not the important thing. It is, I just want to show you how your API client gets generated for the Open API scheme we generate from the backend. So yeah, I guess it's time to start by simply starting the backend and generate the Open API scheme to show it to you. So now I just run my backend. A few logs are running, and I can see that it is running on port 8080. So I configured the Open API generation on the backend side to first create the Open API scheme from the already existing REST API, and also create the documentation, like the Swagger UI for it. And I also configured the documentation to be running on the path /Swagger. So with that in mind, we have our backend running, and now we enter the localhost /8080 and now /Swagger, so we can see our actual Swagger UI. So, and that's actually the Swagger UI. Behind the scene, the backend generated the Open API scheme for us, and also generated the Swagger UI documentation about it. So we can see there is a book controller, which actually has just one endpoint and returns us a few details about very few details about the book. And we also have the description about a book detail, which is exactly this part. And if we look into the link we see here, that's actually the generated JSON. That's actually the Open API config JSON. And we need this URL for telling our Open API generator in the front end to fetch the Open API scheme from this path. So like our Open API generator in the front end will call this URL to receive the JSON for the Open API, to receive the Open API scheme it wants to create the client for, and then starts to creating it. So this is Swagger UI. This is the JSON scheme, which got already created for us from the backend. And now we can dive deeper into the client. So I created on the client a small folder called Open API, very interesting name, I guess. And we have 3 files there. There's the code chain config, there is a create API shell script, and there's also Docker Compose. So let's start with the Docker Compose. So there are 2 ways on how to run the Open API generation on the client side on your machine. First is by installing the CLI on your machine and running it in your command line, or by running it in a Docker container. We choose to run it in a Docker container because that's the way I do it, and I think it's a pretty smart way because you don't depend on various installing versions on different machines. So everything this Docker Compose does is starts a container with this Open Generator API image and executes this Java command. So as I said, the Open API generator is based on Java, so it executes this Java, which we pass in the path to our Open API documentation. Don't get confused by this host docker.internal. This stands for localhost because like the Docker container is a complete separate thing, and we need to tell it that it should actually call the host of Docker itself, which is our local machine. And then with -g, we can specify the generator we want to use for generation. There are several different generators for to use. For example, we can look into the link I provided down there, which is a very nice documented list of all available client generators. And as you can see, there are generators for Dart. There are a few generators for Dart. There are also generators for Go, JavaScript, and so on, PHP. So it's a very broad collection of different generators. And we, of course, concentrate on the Dart side. So there is Dart, which generates a client, use the basic Dart HTTP package. And there is also Dart.io and Dart.io Next, which are generators for generating the API client based on the DO package, DO and the DO HTTP package. And because I like DO, we use the Dart.io Next package, which is just a more advanced and more, which is a better generator for generating DO. It's currently experimental, so you should be a little bit careful, but we use this generator. And you can pass also a codegen.config, which is a simple YAML file where you configure the generated code a little bit more detailed. So, for example, the pub library, I call it API, but you can use, because the OpenAPI generator generates a separate package for us. So the API client is in a separate package, which we have to import in our pubspec.yaml file of our Flutter application to use it. And with this file, we can generate it in a little bit more detail. For example, you can customize the serialization library, which is getting used during the generation process, or a lot of other stuff. So you can customize the generation part also a little bit. And I also created a little shell script, which just removes the already generated code, if there is any, runs the Docker compose commands to bring up the container, generate the code, and pass it to a local machine, to the folder, to the generated folder in this folder, and then runs the build runner to run certain generation inside the package, because the Dart.io Next package is based on build value for JSON serialization, and this package needs a build runner to run the actual generated code for the serialization. So, as you can see in the Docker compose file, I passed the link to our OpenAPI scheme we generated from our backend, which is this URL. And everything the generator does is calls this endpoint, gets the JSON, and generates the API client for this scheme. So we are now going to do this by simply calling our create API. Simply calling our create API shell script. So you will see exactly what it should do. So you see a lot of files are getting created. For example, our book DTO, which is the DTO we're getting from the backend, our book control API, which is the controller that contains the methods we can use to fetch data. And it also contains a little bit more complex stuff like authentication, which is already created for us, so we can use it to authenticate our endpoints, and a few other files which we don't use. And we see that it now generates the serialization part, and now it's done. Perfect. So we created a generated folder which is a separate like Dart library, and in the lib folder there are the actual files. So let's take a look into the book control API, which contains hopefully one method called getAllBooks, which you can see is the same name as the part on the backend, and it takes a few parameters to actually execute the request. There's also the already mentioned authentication part. So there's basic access token authentication already generated for you. If you want to use it, feel free to use it, but we don't use it today. And there are also the models generated. So for example, the book DTO, which has the name and the author name, which is exactly the book DTO we return from the endpoint, and the serialization part. And there is also this API.dart file, which you can pass a custom DO instance into. So you can like create your own DO instance and register several interceptors or customize it. So the library uses your DO instance to execute the requests. This is pretty handy for, as I mentioned, register certain interceptors like refresh token interceptor or something like that. So this is pretty cool. And there is also a method called getBookControl API, which just returns us the book control API that contains the method we can use to actually fetch data from our backend. So currently our repository is doing nothing really special. I already created a DO instance, a custom DO instance with the base URL. So our backend runs on localhost 8080, so we want to call our DO instance to actually call 8080. And now we can access our generated code. So first of all, I will access the OpenAPI class, which contains everything I need to really interact with the OpenAPI generated client. So OpenAPI, just instantiated. I typed open, and now we can pass our custom DO instance into it, which is pretty cool because now the generated OpenAPI part uses our DO instance to actually run the requests. So when we now type OpenAPI.get book control API, we have access to the generated book control API. We can store this in a separate variable. Controller API, perfect. And when we now type book control API dot get all books, we have access to actually calling the endpoint for getting all books. We store this as a response and also await it because it's an asynchronous function. And now we have like the response, which is of type response build list and book DTO. So the build list is just from the serialization part, which is called the build value package. And I normally want to use don't use the generated classes and generated files in my actual application code. I mostly map them to custom models in my front-end part to not depend on any generated code or to not depend on the build list, for example. And I already created the mapping util, which contains only commented code. So we uncomment it at the import. And this mapper doesn't do really special. It just maps the book DTO list to a list of books, which is a class of my application I created before. So I depend only on this class and not on the generated class. And now we return map to book DTO, map to book list, the response. We get the data, we assume that this is not null, and we pass the build list to an actual list. So, and that is everything we have to do to access our actual controller. And as you can see, this is pretty fast. Like we generated it, we access it, and now we have complete access to the endpoints of our application. If we restart the application now, we can hopefully see, oh, let's restart it completely. So now the application should use this logic to actually fetch the data from the backend with our custom DO instance to call the backend on this base URL. We have to wait to the application for the application to run.
Hi, Daniel. Can you zoom in a bit? Because it's the letters are not that visible.
Okay. Like in the code or?
Yeah. I think on VS. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah,
cool.
Thanks.
So it's now a little bit more visible. Sorry for that. Like I didn't thought about that. So because on my end, it's very visible. Sorry. So now you can see we are actually fetching books from the backend, which are two of my favorite books. If you're interested, Deep Work by Cal Newport and Becoming by Michelle Obama, two very good books. And now when we tap on one of the books, we want to show the details of the book. So we have the data of the book, the actual, like a few data of the book, like the ID. And now we want to create a new endpoint for fetching the details. So I will shortly create a very, very simple endpoint for doing so. So let's do this. We get the actual ID of a book from the path. We not return a list of book details. Instead, we return book details DTO, get book details for ID. We call it like this. And we get actual book ID. So now I'm like the backend developer, and I'm just typing a few lines of code to actually get the backend part running. So we get book for ID, this one, book service, get book by ID. We pass the book ID into it and return this one, book mapper, book map to book details DTO, and we return details DTO for this book we already fetched. So, oh, I forgot to tell it that it should take the variable from the path. So,
hi Daniel, I think that it's zoomed out again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. Technical difficulties. Well, I actually have no idea how to zoom in IntelliChain. Does anybody know that?
There is a presentation mode. Let me check.
Yeah, but I'm done with the Java
okay,
part.
Perfect.
So I just created a small endpoint which returns me a book for a given ID, and now we can rerun our backend. So our actual OpenAPI scheme gets rebuilt. Let's do this and take a short look at the documentation of the UI. So we refresh, and we can see that there is now also the ID endpoint, which returns us a little bit more details about a certain book. And we also have the documentation for the offer DTO, which is contained in the book details DTO. And when we look into our scheme, it is now a little bit bigger because it got an additional endpoint to like document. And when we go to our client part and we rerun our build, like rerun our generation, we can see in the logs that there is now also generated an offer DTO and a book details DTO, which we are going to use in our application. So while this is running, I start creating my actual method to access the book details for the application. So I return future of book details, which is also a custom, not the generated one, but a custom class in our application, and we fetch book details by ID. We give it a book ID. And we actually going to copy this code we already typed so we can access our OpenAPI with our custom DO instance and get our book control API. We get the response by awaiting book control API dot get book for ID and pass down our book ID. And I also wrote a small mapper for that. So it maps the book details DTO to our own book details model, and we return mapping util dot map to book details, and we pass a response with data. And for now, we assume that it can't be null, so that should be it. And I have to do one additional step, which has nothing to do with the actual presentation, but I have to actually use it. Fetch book for ID, use the book ID, and it is not nullable. So when we now rerun our application and press, so I just have to completely restart it. So as you can see, we now have the generated get book details for ID method in our book control API, which just receives a book ID to fetch the actual details for the book. And this got generated by the OpenAPI generator just by updating the OpenAPI config we received from the endpoint. So now we are waiting for the application to run in a browser. It shouldn't take too long anymore. And there we go. It's actually visible. And like expected, there are our books we fetch from the backend. And if we press on a certain book, we can see the details about the book, which are also coming from the generated API client. So I showed you how you can like generate your REST API clients on your front-end side, on your Flutter application. And I guess this is a pretty easy and pretty fast way to really build the bridge between your front end and your backend part without the need to really write this on your own. So you just configure a backend or whatever. It doesn't need to be your backend. You can also have an open API description by another backend. A lot of backends are actually providing the open API, or like a lot of APIs are providing the scheme for documentation purposes. So you just give it the open API configuration of a certain backend, and the open API generator generates the corresponding client-side part for actually interacting with the backend. So that's it for the live coding session. That's also it for me. So I hope it wasn't too complicated. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit complicated part because of the Docker Compose file. But if you have any further questions, you can either ask me now in the Q&A session, or hit me up on Twitter or somewhere else to discuss this in a little bit more detail. And yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for watching what I have to talk, and much fun with the upcoming speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Daniel. That was a very interesting presentation. It's so nice to show to everybody about the open API and how to document our APIs and how to generate code based on that. So
yeah,
I think that's super valuable for everybody.
Cool. I hope it is. It's a little bit more complex, I guess, but yeah, once you get your head around it, it's pretty. It starts to make sense.
That's true. That's true. By the way, we've received lots of questions. Yeah, community was very interested in this talk.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I'm gonna start with the first question. Would you suggest using DIO or HTTP when working with REST APIs?
I received this question a lot lately. I don't know why, but it's like a topic a lot of people want to know about currently. It depends on what you want to do. I mean, HTTP is fine for a lot of use cases, for also very simple use cases. But if you want to do something more complex, like, as I mentioned previously, refresh token interception, where you have to intercept the request to actually refresh your authentication and continue with the already began, like the request you already have begun, then you should use DIO because it supports interception out of the box. So nothing wrong with HTTP. For simple use cases, use it. It's very easy to use and also very well documented, and also part of Dart framework, so you don't have to like import any package. So, and if you want to use a little bit more complex, a little bit more, a few people might say enterprise or so, you should use DIO, but it depends on the project.
Okay, thank you. Mihaly, I think there is another question.
Yeah, we have a question. It says, sometimes it gets repetitive or boring to code all the models for your REST API. And are you using some tool or script to create them for your Flutter apps? I think that's the whole point of this.
Yeah, that's actually what I showed you. So yeah, I have like a build script that actually does that, which just brings up the open API generation. So that's actually what I have presented today.
Yeah.
But if the person who commented it wants to know a little bit more about it or wants to discuss with me, feel free to hit me up on Twitter. I would be honored to help you if I can help you.
He can ask on the Slack channel if he wants details. So.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, we also have a Slack channel. Sure. You can also ask me there.
Yeah. And we do have another question. So since we still have some time, is Flutter version 2 way different than Flutter version 1? Actually,
not that different. It has like the whole syntax thing is pretty much the same. So there is no real difference on that end, but it has a lot of improved things, and it also has like a lot of stability fixes, and now it's introduced web stable. So that's mostly the biggest change. So we now can also build web application in stable. But like syntax wise, or how to use the how to use Flutter to build application, there is not really a difference at all. So I mean, Dart, null safety in Dart is one thing, but you can also write not null safe code in Flutter version 2. So yeah.
So thank you. The next question is a bit more general about Flutter, not so much about APIs. What are the differences with other cross-platform tools like Ionic or React Native, and why one would go with Flutter instead of others?
That's a very general question. I have no experience with Ionic at all, so I can't tell you on that end. But I have experience with React Native. First of all, I would choose Flutter because of its simplicity, I guess. So it's very easy to learn at the beginning. I mean, you have to learn Dart, but Dart is pretty similar to Java or like C# and JavaScript. So it's a mixture of Java and JavaScript, so to say. So I think the language itself is a big plus, because Dart is a cool language, and also the architecture, how Flutter works, is pretty insane. So in React Native, for example, you just have like a JavaScript bridge which communicates with the underlying native components of an application. So you always have this bridge, which is a little bit less performant. And like all Flutter does is it's like draws a big canvas, and you can control every pixel by just saying, okay, like build this component like that on the screen, and that's where Flutter gets its performance from. So if you're coming from React, so if you already know how to build React applications, I would suggest you to dive deep into React Native, because it's pretty similar. And if you want to build like an application pretty fast with React, like with what you can, instead of learning a new framework, go with React Native. If you want a very cool framework, so to say, it's my opinion, but a very performant, a very great community, very great community where you can get help everywhere, so then use Flutter. But it's always a little bit more of a personal preference, I guess.
Actually, that was a great answer for me, who I'm not very familiar with Flutter. It cleared up a lot of things. So.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Glad I cleared that out. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, Daniel, thank you so much for the presentation. We do have more questions. We are going to post them on your Slack channel.
Yeah, sure.
Again, thanks again. And I think that we do have a break now for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we will be back at 1:10. Yeah. See you, everybody. Daniel, thanks again.
Thank you for having me, and sorry for the technical problems with my actual visibility of the code. I didn't thought about that, so.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
I'm from India.
We are from GDG Cloud London.
From Lviv, Ukraine.
GDG Kutaisi, Georgia.
I'm from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Murcia in Spain.
GDG Paris.
GDG London.
Czech Republic, Ostrava.
From North Macedonia.
Prague, Czech Republic.
From GDG Bari.
From Spain.
Hello from Norway.
Galway.
GDG Galway.
GDG Pisa, Italy.
Innovative. Supportive.
Opportunity.
Helpful.
Progressive.
Memorable.
Chance.
Extraordinary.
Energy.
Inclusive.
Active. Inspirational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait, are we talking to Google right now?
It's family.
When we co-organized the Women Tech Makers event in March.
The International Women's Day, when we did the last event before the Corona lockdown.
DevFest 2020.
When we did DevFest Spain.
Was our participation in Dev Russia.
To organize biggest DevFest of France in February 2020.
Joining a developer student club events as a speaker.
Organization and the realization of the GDG Dev Party together.
The organizing of our very first DevFest in collaboration with 5 chapters across 2 countries, Greece and Cyprus.
When my GDG and all the other GDGs in Italy self-organized to create the Dev Party.
Is every time Java joins the recordings.
The connect moment from 2020 is Dev to the party, Dev to the party, Dev to the party, GDGDG.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Γεια σας. Hello. We're back live. I hope you enjoyed our last talks. And Ilya, who do you have next?
Okay, so the two previous talks was just the warming up, because now we have with us in our company Guillaume Blaquer. He is a great friend. He is a Google developer expert on cloud platform since 2019. He is working currently at Accenture as cloud architect and consultant, working with Java for 15 years and other cool stuff. And he is 3 times certified in Google Cloud. Also, I know that it's not on the bio that we got from him. He is the person that is answering all the questions people are writing on Stack Overflow. And recently he has moved to Montpellier because he wants to be near the sea. So, Guillaume, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me to this event. So I will share my screen. I don't know if you can see it or... Yes, okay, perfect. Just to present full screen. Yeah, great. So happy to be here with you today, and I would like to talk about what are the options to store and to process the data on Google Cloud. I'm Guillaume Blaquier, as Elias introduced me, and I'm happy to be here to talk about a topic that I like, because I think the where to store the data and how to process the data is the core of each system. Why? Because you can ask yourselves why data matters in what you do in your day-to-day life or in your IT company. Why data matters? If you take a comparison with your real life, for example, you want to kick a ball as soccer. For example, you want to kick a ball and you need to get data from the environment. You need to know the distance from you and the ball. You need to analyze the velocity of the ball. You need to know your capacity to kick the ball at the right time, etc., etc. And in fact, you need to gather data and with your brain to process this data. And in fact, anything that you do in your life, in your job, in your company, is data processing, and you need data for all. And that's why to store the data is paramount when you perform and you design an application, especially when you work in the cloud or not in the cloud. You need to think smartly how to store the data. And in Google Cloud, you have a lot of options. You have 10 different options, and each options are really designed for a specific use case or to answer some constraints and to be efficient in certain situations. First of all, you have the in-memory database. It's a managed database, and the product on Google Cloud is named Memory Store, and it runs a managed Redis or Memcached software to perform in-memory access. In-memory is very fast and it's also expensive because you need to have all the data in memory. So it's expensive, and you are limited to 10 terabytes of memory, but your wallet limits you just before. It's perfect for a very low access to the data. It's a key value access, and you have access to the data in sub-milliseconds. That means if you want to have, for instance, a user session for a video game or even for a website, and you have a cluster of VMs, each VMs need to share the same data. So with Memory Store, you can store this data of a user session in Memory Store, and each VM in the cluster can access this data very, 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 very fast thanks to this capacity of in-memory database. When I say about managed, that means you don't have to install, to update, to backup. All this management, technical management is performed by Google Cloud for you, and you only have to use the database. It's a plug-and-play database, in fact. If you continue to another world, the relational database world, first, what's relational? Relational, it's a perfect example is when you have a website, an e-commerce website, and you have users that want to buy products. And when you perform an order, you create an object order that creates a relation between the users, the customers, and the product. And one of the strengths of the SQL database is the transactional and the atomic update of the database. That means when you save the data, you always have all the relations saved in the same time. You don't have, for instance, the user and the order, but not the product, or the product and the order and not the users. You have a consistency between all the relations when you commit, when you save your data in the database. That's one of the main characteristics of the relational database. And to handle this kind of database, you have two different products. First one is Cloud SQL. Cloud SQL is also a managed database. So it's managed. You don't have to worry about the installation, the updates, the backups, and so on as a memory store. And you have three different database engines, PostgreSQL, MySQL, and SQL Server. It's, I will say, a legacy SQL database because this database existed a long time before the cloud. In the 2000s, the data existed previously. And it's perfect and is well known on the market. You have a lot of web frameworks that use this database because they existed for a long time. And it's also perfect for websites, for e-commerce, for CMS, for blogs and stuff like that. The problem with this legacy database is because they are old, they are not designed to be scalable. In fact, you can create several read replicas of a database, but when you need to write to Cloud SQL, you only write to a main server, and you can't duplicate this main server. And there is two main issues with that. The first one is if you deploy a server in Europe, because we are in Europe, and you have customers in Australia. When the customer wants to write the data in the database, you need to write in this main server, and your request come from Australia and go to Europe, write the data, and the response is sent back to the user, and the latency is horrible. The second problem is because you have only one main server. If you have a lot of users, you can scale up your database. That means you can add CPUs, you can add memories, but at a point of time, you can't add more CPUs, more disk, more memory. It's not possible because you have a too big machine, and it's not possible to scale up again, and you are physically limited by your main server. And the last point, it's a consequence, in fact, because you have only one main server, you can have only a regional database, and you can have a multi-regional database because you have only one server in one region. And even if you have read replicas in other regions, that you can have this kind of setup, you have only the read replicas outside of the main region. The problem with that is the replications is not synchronous, it's asynchronous, and you have some few seconds between the read or write in the main region and the replications in the other regions. And it's problematic when you have global applications, as Google have global applications, and that's why Google internally develop Cloud Spanner. Cloud Spanner is also a relational database, also use a Cloud SQL language to query the data. It also guarantees the atomicity of the commit of the write in the database. But you can scale out. That means you can add servers, node. In fact, it's named node when you talk about Spanner. You can add nodes in parallel in the same regions or in other regions, and you solve all the issues that you have with Cloud SQL. Another issue that you solve with Cloud Spanner is the update of the database, because you have one main server with Cloud SQL. When you update the software, the MySQL, the PostgreSQL, the SQL Server version on your Cloud SQL instance, you need to stop the instance, patch, update the DB engine, and then to restart the server. And you have a downtime with Cloud SQL. With Cloud Spanner, it's transparent, and that's why you have 5.9 of availability with Cloud Spanner. And because it's a global database, you can have global use case, and not limited to e-commerce, a local e-commerce. You can have global e-commerce, or also you can have user metadata. For instance, your user profile on Google account is stored on Cloud Spanner, and when you update your Google profile somewhere in the world, in all the regions in the world, you have the same updates performed in your Google account. That's why it's very used at Google Cloud, and it has been released publicly, I think, 4 years ago. But Google used it internally for many years. You can also have, for example, all the global operation for bank and financial institution companies. It's perfect for that. The main problem with Cloud Spanner is the cost, because one node costs about $600 per month. But recently, I think it was the last month or the month after, so very recently, now when you can set up a Cloud Spanner node, you can only get 10% of one node. And it's very interesting when you have a team of developers. For instance, you have 10 developers, and each developers have has their own environments to develop, and you don't need to have one Cloud Spanner node per developer. You have only 10% of Cloud Spanner node per developer, and it's about $60 per month when you have a Cloud SQL instance that costs about $50 per month. It's very similar, and now Cloud Spanner is more usable for development teams and not having a big budget for the development. Of course, for the productions, it's another world. So that was the relational database, and the next is the NoSQL database, next section. And here you have also two products, and you have FileStore, or FileStore is not the only one. You have FileStore and DataStore, but I will say that FileStore is the new version, the new generation of DataStore. That's why I'll talk about FileStore, but the two products are very, very, very similar, and all the things that we'll say about FileStore are the same with DataStore. So we have two different products. FileStore is a serverless product. It's not a managed product, it's a serverless. What means serverless? That means you don't have anything to provision, and you pay only when you use the database. Of course, we will pay for the data that you store, you pay the storage every time, but if you don't query the database, if you don't read, don't write, don't delete any elements in the database, you will pay nothing. With Cloud SQL, with Memory Store, or with Cloud Spanner, you need to provision an instance, a node, and you will pay the storage, of course, but if you don't query the database, you will continue to pay the instance. It's not the case with FileStore. That's why it's very interesting, especially for the video game, the mobile video game, because initially FileStore was the database or Firebase tool suites. And if your game is used by the users, you will pay because you have a lot of users and a lot of money because users will pay or will perform in-app purchase and so on. If your game is not used, if it's not popular, you will pay nothing because you will have no query to FileStore. And with FileStore, you store JSON documents. You can have hierarchical documents, I mean a main document, and with sub-documents just below is perfect for saving a mobile game state or save game, because you have your user profile, and with a user profile you can have sub-collection, documents that are all the save games that you have in your user profile. It's perfect for that, for the game state also. And yeah, I will say about FileStore and DataStore, don't compare it with MongoDB or Elasticsearch. Why? Because the query engine of FileStore and DataStore are not as powerful as MongoDB or Elasticsearch. In fact, you can't perform aggregation with FileStore or DataStore, and you can't perform complex queries. And it's easy queries, simple queries, or key value access to the documents. Don't try to perform complex queries. It could be great for user profile or some types of use case. I used that in my previous company to save the user access. Each user has a profile in the company, and its profile provides the access to an application or not. It was to check the access of the users. And we store that in FileStore. It was perfect because we add the user emails and we query the documents by the user emails, and it was easy. It's a key value access, and it's perfect. But when you have complex queries, aggregations, or complex queries or join and stuff like that, don't use FileStore. It's not for you. Perform a proof of concept of all your queries in your application before being sure to use FileStore or DataStore. Another product in the NoSQL world is Bigtable. Bigtable is based on HBase engine, and it's fully compliant with all HBase data. And the main characteristic of Bigtable is the speed to read and to write the data. You have a high throughput read and write, and that's why this database is perfect for IoT devices. If you have a lot of IoT devices and you have a lot of data every second to store, Bigtable is perfect. It's also perfect for financial markets like stock exchange, when you have a lot of companies and a lot of stock sell and purchase, and you can store all this data in your database at high throughput. And the main advantage of Bigtable is its concept. In fact, it's a key value access, but you can create your key smartly. And when I say smartly, is you can query on your key or on the prefix of the key. For example, you use cloud storage. Cloud storage use Bigtable to store the index of the data, and with cloud storage, you can query your file on the prefix of the key. It's exactly the case with Bigtable. You have a prefix for your key in your table. You can query on the prefix of the key, and if you create smartly your key, you can query whatever you want. For instance, you have the country, the factory ID, the IoT device ID, and then you have the timestamp to store the data, and you can have this kind of information. And after you can have millions of rows per key, and if the rows is empty, it don't use space when you store empty column. In fact, that's why if you have millions of rows, but you use only one row to store your data, the millions of rows, empty rows, will get zero bytes in your storage location. That's the power of the HBase format when you store your data. So that's all for the NoSQL world on Google Cloud. And the next product is a big product on Google Cloud, and you will use it. I'm sure you will use it. It's BigQuery. BigQuery, it's a data warehouse database. You can use SQL to query your data in BigQuery, and it's perfect for analytics, dashboarding, data exploration, aggregation. It's perfect for analytics. It's the principle of BigQuery. And you use SQL like Cloud SQL. You have table like with Cloud SQL, but it's not the same. In fact, BigQuery is designed for data analytics. You can query terabyte, petabyte of data in few seconds. It's very, very powerful and performant. It's incredible. But at the startup, you have a warm-up. You need to provision a set of VMs. It's named slots in BigQuery. And the warm-up take between 500 milliseconds or 1 second to provision these slots and then to run your query in the slots. And even if you want to query a small amount of data, like you can do with Cloud SQL, you will wait 1 second for the slots warm-up. And if you plug a website with BigQuery as database, each click, when you want to load the data, you will wait 1 second and then load the data. You click 1 second, you load the data. With Cloud SQL, it's few milliseconds, and with BigQuery, it's 1 second and you wait. It's terrible in user experience, and that's why BigQuery is not designed to be a website database. It's better to have a low latency database like Cloud SQL for websites, but for analytics, for processing a large amount of data, you can use BigQuery. And yes, BigQuery is serverless. That means you pay the data that you store, of course, but you pay only when you process the data. If you don't process the data, you pay nothing. And I will perform a focus, another focus on BigQuery later in the presentation. Then the latest part is the file storage options. The first one is cloud storage, and I'm sure you will use cloud storage if you use Google Cloud, because it's the transition, is the pivot between the outside world and the Google Cloud world. You have files and data outside Google Cloud. You will copy the file, store them in cloud storage, and then you will be able to ingest the data in BigQuery, in Bigtable, in Cloud Spanner to process them. So it's the transition between one world to Google Cloud. And it's perfect to store files, data. It's not a file system, it's a blob storage. That means you take your file and you put it in a bucket, and you can store any type of data, file, document, photo, picture, videos, backup, snapshot, whatever you want. The limitation is the one object can be bigger than 4 terabytes. That's all. If you continue, you have the block storage. If you don't know the block storage, it's the files that you know on your computer. On servers, you have your disk and you have folders. You have files in the folders. It's named block storage. And you have two families. First one is persistence disk. Persistence disk is the disk that you put in your VM. You have a VM. VM, it's a CPU and memory. You have a persistence disk. When you have your operating system, you plug this persistence disk to your VM and you boot on your disk. You can store your application files, your binaries. It's a disk, as any disk in a server. But the disk is not physically attached to the CPU and the memory. The disk is a network disk. It's outside, and it's only a network communication between the CPU and memory and the disk. And that's why, because it's not so close, it's not so fast, because you have network latency between both. And sometimes you need to have more performance in throughput to read and write the data in your disk. For that, you need a local disk, and that's why the local SSD are here for that. When you have your CPU, your memory, and your disk co-located in the same server. And because it's close, because it's SSD, is very, very fast and is very efficient for high performance computing and to perform very fast read and write. The problem with local SSD is because your disk is located with your CPU and memory. When you stop your VM, you will restart it later, but you won't start again on the exact same CPU and memory. You will start elsewhere in the Google Cloud data center. And because it's not the same location, you will lose your local SSD data because we start elsewhere with your memory, CPU, and disk co-located. And you can see the local SSD as a super temporary disk to read and write very fast, but you will lose your data when you stop and restart the VM. When you have a persistence disk, it's like a disk in your computer. When you stop your computer, you start again your computer, your data are still here with a persistence disk. But with local SSD, it's ephemeral, and you need to keep that in mind before stopping your server. If you want to save your local SSD data, back up your data, local SSD data in a persistent storage, for instance, in cloud storage, if you want. Then you have file store. So why file store exists? It's because the persistence disk have a problem. A persistence disk, you can read with several VMs in the same persistence disk, but only one VM can write in one persistence disk. And when you have a cluster of VM, for example, GKE cluster, or if you have a fleet of VM for performing high-performance computing, you need to have several VMs to write in the same disk. And you can't do that with persistence disk. With file store, it's an NFS file system, a network file system, and thanks to that, many VMs can read and write in the same storage location with file store. And you solve the problem that you have with persistence disk. And because of that, you can run a large cluster of VMs that read and write in the same place. That's why it's perfect for data science, analytics, model AI model training, and so on. That's all the type, and you have 10 different types, and sometimes it's difficult to know which one to choose, even if for each one you have a specific use case. And I found few months ago, years ago, this decision chart in the Google Cloud documentation. I found it very useful, but is no longer in the documentation. I don't know why, but I would like to share it with you. You can perform a screenshot, and I will share the slides on Twitter just after if you want to get the slides and the decision chart. It's not perfect, but it prevents you to avoid the big mistake when you start on Google Cloud and to choose which storage to use. Now you have your data, you know where to store your data, but how the data come from the storage and what to do with this data. And if you have a look to the data engineering pipeline, you have storage options. You just have a view, have a look on that. And you need to store the data in this storage, and you need to ingest the data. And you have two different type of products. You have data flow and data proc. And you have, I will just perform a focus on that just after. And you have data prep and data fusion in front of each product. In fact, data prep is a UI to build in your browser your recipe, your pipeline for data flow. And data fusion is exactly the same thing. You can build your pipeline with the UI and to run your data proc pipeline just after. And the data come from somewhere, from Cloud IoT Core if you have IoT devices, from PubSub, from Cloud Storage. As I said, it's your transition between the external world to Google Cloud. And you can also have external sources, of course. And when you have this data stored, if you are a data scientist, you will perform data analysis, data exploration, and to visualize the data with Data Studio or Looker or Tableau or Power BI or whatever you want. You can also serve the data with API, with APG, for instance. You can also, train a machine learning model with your data. So you need to use the data. But here, I would like to perform a focus on how to process, how to ingest the data. And you have, of course, the possibility to process the data with Cloud Run, Cloud Function, or a VM. But when you talk about big data, that means you can process the data on only one instance. You can process gigabytes, maybe terabytes of data on one VM, but not more. When you have petabytes of data, or when you need a speed to process the data, you don't need one instance, one VM, but you need a VM, a cluster of VMs. And for that, you need to have systems that manage a cluster of VMs. Of course, you can use Kubernetes and Google Kubernetes Engine, but you have products designed to process the data. And you have data flow that use Apache Beam framework to process the data. And the strength of Apache Beam is the capacity to process, to have the exact pipeline to process the data and to take in inputs either a batch, a file, a query in BigQuery, a finite amount of data, or you can have an infinite amount of data, a streaming pipeline with PubSub. In fact, you can have this batch and streaming, and to perform to enforce, to apply the exact same transformation and to have the exact same results because you reuse the same logic when you process the data. And it's the power of Apache Beam. And you have also a lot of features. For instance, the liquid sharding that dispatch efficiently the data and the process among all the workers to have something more efficient than the traditional solution. And it's also fully managed. That means you don't have to provision, to patch, to install the VMs. The VMs are created automatically for you and destroyed automatically for you also. The other solution is Cloud Data Proc. And in fact, Cloud Data Proc is exactly the same thing as Dataflow. It's fully managed. You can create a cluster automatically and destroy it automatically. Nothing to install. But this time, Data Proc is to manage to process the data with the Hadoop ecosystem and to use Spark, SparkML, MapReduce, Pig, and other Hadoop libraries. It's good to have a lot of Hadoop cluster in parallel, and it was difficult for company to have one Hadoop cluster. And here you can have ephemeral cluster. That means if you no longer use the cluster, you can kill it, and you no longer pay because you have killed your cluster. And when you need it, you can use 1, 2, 3, 10 clusters in parallel. It's not a problem. So that was for the traditional processing. But with BigQuery, there is a new way to think and to view the data processing on Google Cloud. Just a word on BigQuery. As I said, it's a petabyte scale data warehouse. You pay the volume of data that you scan, the data that you scan, not the data that you get. That means if you put a limit 1 at the end of a query to get only one line, you won't pay for one line. You will pay for all the volume of data that you scan in your database. And you have partitioning, clustering to limit the amount of the data that you scan. But keep that in mind, because even if it's not so expensive, it's so easy to query petabytes of data. And at the end of the month, it could be expensive. I saw some billing about $30,000 per day because the data scientist wasn't aware of the billing model. So you can add a quota and limits if you want, but be careful about the pricing. So BigQuery is very powerful. You have a lot of features, and so advanced feature with federated table. We'll talk about that just after. Machine learning models, because in BigQuery you can store time series, and because you have a time series, you can train a model. For instance, an ARIMA model on your data stored in BigQuery. You train your model, and then you can perform prediction with a SQL query on your trained model stored in BigQuery. And it's very easy to perform machine learning and artificial intelligence with BigQuery. And also you can use Dataflow SQL. What is it? Is a capacity to create a data flow pipeline with a SQL query. And why it's interesting? Because to create a data flow pipeline, you need to write your code in Python or in Java, maybe in Go, and to be a developer to understand how the Apache Beam framework works and how to write a pipeline with it. And sometimes it's difficult. But if you use SQL to define your pipeline, it will be easier for you. That's why Dataflow SQL is very efficient for data scientists that don't know how to write code, but know how to write a SQL query, and it's perfect for them. And the most important on BigQuery, it's the red dot in the middle, the separation of storage and processing. In one side, you have the storage on Colossus, the low-layer storage on Google Cloud, and on the other side, you have the compute capacity, Dremel, the slots that I said. It's the piece of CPUs that you can use in your database. And here you have the storage and the processing. But you can imagine that you have data stored in BigQuery, but you don't want to use the slots in BigQuery to process your data, but you want to use something else, maybe Dataflow or Dataproc to process your data. Or the opposite is to say, I would like to use the processing capabilities of BigQuery, but don't use the data stored in BigQuery, but use the data stored elsewhere. Maybe in Cloud Storage, maybe in Google Sheets, maybe in Cloud SQL, in Bigtable, something else. And in fact, it's a new way to use BigQuery. And with the storage API, you can reuse the data stored in BigQuery, but you process the data elsewhere with Dataflow and Dataproc, for example, in the right-hand side of my schema. Or on the right-hand side, you have the federated table, and you can use the data not stored in BigQuery, but stored elsewhere in Cloud Storage, in CSV or Parquet, Avro format, whatever you want, in Cloud SQL, in Cloud Spanner, in Bigtable, in Google Sheets. It could be interesting to have referential of data in Google Sheets that you update manually, and to join this data with data stored in BigQuery, and to perform a join is very powerful and very useful for your use case and business. So at the end, with all this information, what's the best way to store and process my data in Google Cloud? And of course, I can't answer this question because it depends, and one size does not fit all. And in fact, you need to have a look on your cloud bill, Google Cloud or also other cloud providers. In fact, the storage costs 10 times less than the processing. And when you know that, you need to think about the data storage to optimize the processing. You can use different formats to store your data. You can use the right database to store the data in the most efficient format for the processing, for the usage of the data at the end. And the data duplication is also fine because sometimes when you use Firestore, for example, it's perfect for your mobile app to use the data stored in Firestore, but it's not so efficient to perform aggregation. You can't. But you can export your data from Firestore to load the data in BigQuery and then to perform aggregation in BigQuery. So you can do that if you want. It's not a problem because the storage is not so expensive, but the processing is the most important things to optimize when you think about data processing globally. And at the end, of course, your data matters, and focus on it first, and after your schema, architecture, design, and how to which tool to use will be obvious when you focus really on the data. That's all for me. Just finish in time, I think. I don't know if you have some question, but if you don't have the time for the question, I will stay in the chat in Slack if you want, and we will be able to discuss. If you want to reach me later on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever you want, don't hesitate to follow me or to send me a message. My DM are open on Twitter if you want. I will also share the slides on Twitter. It's also a good way to get the slides. And so thanks for having me. Thanks for your attention. And if you have time for questions, I will be happy to answer. If not, let's go to chat in the Slack.
Thank you, Guillaume, for joining us today. It was a pleasure to have you here with us. Unfortunately, we don't have time. And please, everyone, you can share your questions or even on the DM on Twitter. I know Guillaume is there answering everything. It's not like, I think, Guillaume, you asked something from Kelsey Hightower and he never came back to you. I remember, yes, okay.
Yes, I
so
remember, yeah.
Guillaume is answering. Also, we are going to have your questions on the dedicated Slack channel for Guillaume. Thank you for your presentation. It was really insightful. And I think, Andreas, we have our next speaker ready.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Hello again.
Hello.
So we have Subragyo Day with us, who is going to talk about Firebase. Subragyo Day is a Google developer expert, for Android and Android engineering, and he's an Android engineer at Keep Tracking. So let's get started with our talk. Welcome, Subayadai. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I hope my screen is visible. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the talk. Today, I'll be talking how you can use Firebase to ship your apps more confidently. We'll be taking a look at the common concerns we have or the common challenges we face while we release our apps and how different Firebase tools can help with some of those issues. So let's get straight to it. The first worry that we always have while releasing apps are the crashes. And like that's the major nightmare. You can have lots of issues here. You can have crashes that are hard to reproduce because you don't really know what steps the user took that led to the crash. You might not have enough data. Maybe you rolled out a completely new feature and then it just crashed for a lot of users. Like, what are the things do you do? And how can you be a bit more relieved when you're making your releases? So Crashlytics is a tool I'm sure most of us would have heard of, and it's used by most of the Android apps out there. It gives you automatic crash reporting with almost no configuration. You include the dependency, and while you make your builds, Firebase takes care of a lot of things so that whenever a crash occurs, it gets reported. But Crashlytics is not just limited to crash reporting. You can record non-fatal exceptions as well. When I talk about non-fatal exceptions, these are exceptions that are not causing your app to crash. Let's take a look at one such example. What we normally tend to do is we have code that can throw up an exception. Now, that might be because of the logic we are using, or we might be using a different API, and that API warns us that you should be handling the exception because this code can throw some exception. What we do is we covered that in a try-catch block, and when we get the exception, we log it to the Android logger. And this works okay when we are debugging something locally, when we are developing an app or a new feature, or we want to see if a fix is working properly or not. So for local debugging, this is good. But then what happens if this feature is used by 10,000 or 15,000 users, and some of them get this exception? But you don't have a way of knowing because you only took care of locally logging it. What you can do with Firebase is change this statement where you just log it to your local logger and use Firebase Crashlytics, get an instance of it, and record an exception. Now, these exceptions are recorded separately from your crashes. The crashes are fatal, and these are non-fatal. But now you have to remember this entire piece of code every time you're logging an exception. You might forget to do that. There are so many members in your team. You could be working in a team of 2 to 3 people. And even then, it might get always tricky to remember to do this. And you would always have to keep finding other places where it's not being used, and you go and include this code. So it doesn't scale well. And especially if you have a team with a lot of new members coming in, they won't know about this in the beginning, and there can be lots of misses here and there. Now, if you are working on Android and you do a lot of logging, chances are you might have heard of a library named Timber. Timber is a wrapper around the Android logging class, and it gives a few extensions on how you can do better logging. So if you're using Timber, you're in luck. So Timber has this concept of a Timber tree. What it lets you do is you create this custom loggers, which can have different implementations of their own. So depending on what you're logging, you can perform different sorts of actions. Whenever you get some sort of a log message and you log it to Timber Timber will look for its trees and pass on that data to the different trees that are registered with Timber. Now, each of these trees can do different things. You can have a tree that reports crashes separately. You can have a tree that does some local logging and stores it in the file. There's lots of possibilities. So here I'm creating a crash reporting tree. And when you extend timber.tree, you have to override the method, which is just a log method with priority, tag, message, and throwable. Here, what you can do is you check if the priority is error and the throwable is not null. Then start recording this exception to Firebase. You're checking for error logs because if you try logging all debug messages, you might end up spamming your Firebase a lot and can get difficult later on to filter through all the stuff. So it's good if you just log only your error messages. And once you have created this crash reporting tree, in your application class, you can call timber.plant and pass in an instance of the custom tree that you created. And that's the only configuration you have to do. So if you remember this code where you're calling Firebase crashlytics.getInstance.recordException, quite a long method here, all you need to do is replace it with timber.e. E signifies errors, and you pass in your exception. If you're already using Timber, this is what you're already doing. You're logging your errors with the exception. So your code base doesn't need any changes. You just need to plant that new crash reporting tree. If you're not using Timber, please take a look at it. You might like what it provides and you might want to use it. Now, this is only about recording non-fatal exceptions. Now, how do you understand crashes better? We all have scenarios where we get these crashes, but we are not unable to reproduce them. If a user or a customer reaches out to your support team, telling you about this crash they're facing, you might reach out to them and ask for the steps that they took to reach that crash, or what were they doing with their phone, like what are features they were using where they noticed a crash. You can't really do that with every crash that you get. So there must be something you can do to at least give you a little more understanding of the crashes. Here comes analytics. Now, normally we use analytics in isolation from crash reporting. We think of something like Crashlytics for just looking at crashes. And we have different analytics providers that we end up using. It could be something like Sentry, it could be Mixpanel. There are a lot of providers, and your team might be using one of them. And normally it's the product managers that check the analytics. Sometimes dev do as well, but it's typically the product managers who look at the analytics and take certain product decisions, and developer checks the crashes. What if you can combine them to get a full view? What if there was a way of combining the analytics data along with the crashes so that you can get an understanding of the entire journey the user took from opening your app till getting the crash? And Firebase Analytics lets you do something similar. So this is how a normal crash report on Crashlytics would look like. It would give you the version name and the version code, the Android OS, the device model, the time, as in the date stamp when the crash occurred, as well as things like stack trace, data, keys. And if you notice, there's a logs tab. If you open the logs tab, you can get information like this. Now, for this crash, I was actually able to trace the user steps. They opened the main screen, they clicked on search, then they clicked on a driver in the list. Now, they also clicked on the driver while the bottom sheet was half open. And after that, they clicked on the map. Now, you see, this adds a lot more context into the crash. This will give me at least steps to follow so that I can go forward step by step and try figuring out if a crash can occur from any of these steps. Without this, we would just be going out there, going through entire code base, trying to figure out under what circumstances could the crash occur. This gives a lot more context. let's take a look at something like this. We have a Zoom image. You are here, it's binding the Zoom image because a lot of code bases nowadays use view binding. So on the Zoom image, you're setting an on-click listener. And here I'm assuming you're using the mixed panel analytics. You could be using anything else. The examples still hold true. You're tracking this event on mixed panel and you're naming it Zoom button clicked. Now this goes to your analytics provider. Firebase doesn't know about this yet. If you want this to show up on your Crashlytics as well, you can use Firebase Analytics, get an instance, and then log this event called Zoom button click and pass in some extra data that this occurred on the page named map. So if you get a crash which includes this step, you will get that the user clicked on the Zoom button while they were on the map page. But now you would have to do this every time. For every event that you track using Mixpanel, you have to track the exact same event using Firebase Analytics as well. This can be quite cumbersome. And if the API ever changes on, for example, the Firebase SDK or the Firebase Analytics SDK, you would have to go to every point. You have to change the new method signature, to modify the method signatures. If the Mixpanel API changed, then again, you would have to come here and change things. As you saw earlier with logging exceptions, this doesn't scale well as well. So what can you do about it? Here, we are looking at a way of better organizing our analytics data. You can consider this as some sort of a best practice architecture, which lets you structure your analytics code in such a way that even if your analytics provider changes in the future, for example, you go from Mixpanel to another different provider, you have to do minimal changes in your code and you don't end up touching all the screens in your code base. So let's take a look at what this approach is. You name an interface with an analytics provider, and it has one method named track. It takes in an event and some properties for the event. Like we saw earlier, analytic event here would be Zoom button clicked, and properties would be a map. For example, the page was the map page. And you can have different information as well. For example, what is the user subscription status? Were they a premium user or a free user? You can have a bunch of information around here. Now, once you have implemented this interface, you can have different implementations of this interface which extend from it. We had the generic analytics provider. Now we are defining a custom provider and we are naming it Firebase Analytics Provider. And we are passing in Firebase Analytics as a constructor parameter. Now, as you have Firebase Analytics Provider, you can similarly have Mixpanel Analytics Provider, CleverTap Analytics Provider, any analytics library you use, you can set it up as a different provider. And then inside the track method, you can use the instance of the particular analytics provider and log the event. If I was using a Mixpanel Analytics Provider, here I would be using the Mixpanel Analytics instance and logging the event. And finally, we'll have an Analytics Manager class. That will internally have a list of all the providers your app supports. Initially, it's an empty list, but you can dynamically keep adding providers. Now, with this approach, I can create, for example, 5 analytics providers for 5 different services. That might be an overkill for a lot of apps, but then just take it as an example. And all you need to do to add a new provider is just call the add provider method and pass in the particular implementation of the provider. Could be Firebase, Mixpanel, CleverTap, anything. And once you have set up your providers, you need to call the track method of the manager, and internally, it will go over all the providers and call the track method for each of those providers. So our example just becomes this. We call the analytics manager log event and pass in our event name as well as some properties. And internally, it sends the same message to all the providers. Now, if you see here, when I'm using the analytics manager, even if the Mixpanel API changes, even if Firebase API changes, this code is not affected at all. The only code that will be affected is the provider that you implemented, because that's the only place Firebase specific code is being used or Mixpanel specific code is being used. Talking about this class. Here, the log event method that you're using might change in the future, but this will be the only place you'll have to change it in. And this makes it really easy to change libraries from time to time. And it is considered a good practice to always have this sort of a wrapper around any library that you use. It makes sure that you're not locked into that library. And finally, I want to talk about feature flags. Now, what is a feature flag? In very, I would say, straightforward terms, this is what a feature flag does. If a feature flag is enabled, you allow access to a shiny new feature. If it is not, you prevent access to a shiny new feature. And to be quite honest, I didn't know of feature flags or their importance maybe a year and a half ago. And we did releases, I would say, very normally. We would wait to release everything before we could launch or we could announce new features. And I'd heard of feature flags, but I never understood its importance. But when I finally joined a team that was extensively using feature flags, it actually clicked for me. And we'll take a look at how useful feature flags can be. Now, again, coming back to this code, all a feature flag technically does is let the code flow take different routes. If the feature flag is enabled, this code would flow into the code flow that will give you access to the feature. Otherwise, it will skip it. Now, let's take a look at use cases where feature flags can be very helpful. First, A/B testing. Consider you have a shopping app where users buy items from a certain flow. And you might think that the flow doesn't really work well for users. And if you changed it, you might give your users a better experience and they might buy more. By using a feature flag, you can give users access to both the flows. You can have a flag which mentions whether the user should have access to the new flow. Now, this feature flag can be enabled for 50% of the users. So your first 50% of the users have access to the old flow, and other 50% have access to the new flow. And then you can figure out from your analytics data which flow actually works better for the users. And this is in contrast of how you do it without feature flag, where you might launch the new flow to all the users. They might not like it. You might get complaints. Then you would have to revert back to the old one if they didn't like it. It's quite a messy process and it takes a lot of iteration. So if you use A/B testing, feature flags are your best friend. And then comes rolling out new features. If you have noticed on apps like WhatsApp, you don't always have to update your app to get access to new features. And this is because the features already exist in the apps that you have on your phone. They're just behind feature flags. When they want to announce a new feature, companies enable the feature flags and the users automatically get access to these new features without having to update the app. You can roll out rewrites of existing features as well. It doesn't need to be new features. Consider you're creating an app like Instagram that has all these filters that you can apply on your different images. Now, filters have a lot of complex math involved at times. I wouldn't say at times, in most cases, there's complex math involved. Now, for example, your first implementation of the filter algorithm wasn't that efficient, and it used to cause a lot of lag for users. But you created this new implementation, which is way smoother, and it will give your users an amazing experience. Now, you can roll out this feature slowly to your users by again using feature flags. So you might give 10% of your users access to the new flow. But since this new flow is very new, you're not sure of how stable it will be on the vast majority of devices that exist among your users. You might have tested it on maybe 10 devices in your testing time. You might buy, maybe if it's an important feature, you might buy a bunch of different devices and test it out. But then you can't realistically test on all the devices out there. So once you start releasing these features by feature flags, consider that a situation arises where you see a lot of crashes, or somehow the device is getting stuck, or the filters are not really working that well on different devices. Now, if you hadn't used feature flags, you would have to halt that update. You would have to push in a new build which actually removes this feature or doesn't give access to the user to this feature. But if it's a feature flag and you notice that this feature isn't really working well, you can just disable the feature flag, and all the users who were accessing that feature can no longer use it. They will go back to the old flow, which they were more accustomed to. And another benefit is for developers. You can merge a lot of work in progress features. Normally, what we end up doing is we start a feature branch, and as and when the work progresses, the feature branch just goes on, and maybe a month later, the feature branch gets merged into your master main branch, developer branch, whatever you use. Now, this is not a good practice, because in that case, your feature branch is lagging behind your main branch, and then you can have a lot of merge conflicts later. Reviews will take longer, because if you want to merge a feature branch of, like, for example, a month's worth of work into your main branch, it's going to be a lot of code to review. But if you hide your new feature behind a feature flag and keep it disabled, you can keep merging the code every day, in fact, or maybe every week. So there won't be too much to review. The review quality will most likely go up, and you have less chances of having merge conflicts, all without affecting the end user at all. The types of feature flags. You have a static feature flag that's decided at build time. And it's also based on things like version code, build variant, etc. So you can have certain features that will work only if a build is tagged 2.3 or 2.4. Or only if it's a debug build variant, you would enable certain features. And these are static because once the APK has been generated and installed on your phone, you can't change them without generating a new build with certain things changed. And this works for local development a lot of times, but not for production use cases. For that, you have dynamic feature flags. Dynamic feature flags can be controlled at runtime, either locally using developer settings. Like you can have a secret developer menu in your app, which lets you control a lot of these values. Or you can configure them remotely via services like Firebase Remote Config. We'll be looking at Firebase Remote Config and how you can use it for this talk. But this is just the two types that it's good to know about. Let's take a look at how feature flag would typically look on Firebase. And again, Firebase wouldn't be calling it feature flags. They'll be calling it remote config. But we will be using remote config to create the feature flag mechanism for ourselves. So you'll have a parameter name and a data type. As much as possible, try to keep your data types as Boolean so that there's only binary flows that can happen. A feature is either disabled or enabled. But at times, you can also use other data types as in integers. For example, how many number of items should be shown on a screen. But when you're using feature flags, try to keep it Boolean as much as possible. And always try to include a description so that whenever anyone comes to the Firebase dashboard on remote config, they will know what this feature flag is supposed to do. And then you can give a default value, which in this case is false. And you can have conditions where you can set different values. Now, here I've created a custom condition that if the build is at least on version 2.1 on Android, this value will be true. By doing this, we can have the new checkout flow in all versions of the app. Like we might have merged this feature in version 1.8. But with this feature flag, all versions till 2.1 won't have that feature. 2.1 onwards, they'll have this feature. And you can quickly see that this one small thing can let you separate your app so much. Now, of course, you want to see some code. So let's dive in. And again, here we are using the similar code structuring that we did for analytics. You create an interface and you need mainly 3 values: a key, a default value, and a description, similar to what we saw on the dashboard. Now, this is for a simple use case. If you want to use very complex feature flags, if you want to have different levels of feature flags where your remote feature flags for something like Firebase will have higher priority compared to your local feature flags, you can add more parameters to this and work on it. But for this talk, I'm keeping it a bit simpler. So you have 3 keys. You have 3 attributes: key, default, and description. Now, we define an enum class called feature flags. And here we are adding 3 attributes, which again override what we saw in the config interface. That's why you can see the override keyword before each value. So the attributes have the same name, key, default, description, and the same types as they had in the interface. And now you can start defining each of your feature flags. I'm calling my feature flag new checkout flow. The key is checkout flow version 2. And you can see that I kept the same key as I had mentioned on Firebase. The default value is true. And I also give it a description so that anyone reading the code can understand what's going on. And I could have used something like a sealed class also here, but sealed class won't let me iterate over all the feature flags. Since I'm using an enum class here, I can use the values attribute of an enum class to get access to all the types. So if I use feature flags.values, here I'll get access to a list of all the features, which you wouldn't be able to do with sealed classes. But then again, I think in a newer version of Kotlin, we will have support for something like this, where we can iterate over all the child classes of a sealed class. But for now, we are sticking with enums. Now, we have defined our feature flags enum, and we can start adding more and more feature flags here. Next, we are again using a provider pattern where we're defining an interface called feature flag provider and a function get value, which takes in a feature flag, returns a Boolean. Now we implement that interface with something called a Firebase feature flag provider. Here we are using Firebase remote config as a source for the feature flag values, but you can use other services as well. And the code will almost be the same. It's just that you would be naming it differently, and the get value implementation will be different. Here, we are getting an instance of Firebase remote config using the get instance method. And whenever we call get value, we call get Boolean on the remote config instance with the key of the feature flag. Because Firebase doesn't really know about a feature flag class, but it knows about string keys, which we define on the dashboard. And lastly, we'll again have a remote config manager where we can pass in a provider. Now you can see that we are passing in the interface and not the implementation. So at any point, you can change this provider without having to make any changes to the remote config manager class. And we have one method inside the remote config manager where we name it is feature enabled. Here, we call get value on the feature flag provider with the feature flag, which internally will make a call to Firebase remote config with the key and we'll get the value. and your code just becomes this. On your remote config manager instance, you call is feature enabled, you pass in the feature. Based on what value you get, you either let the user access the shiny new feature or you prevent the access. Now, a few tips to use feature flags effectively. Define a success metric for the feature. It could be something like less crashes. Maybe you're trying to use an alternate implementation which is supposed to give you less crashes. And in such case, your success metric would be the number of crashes that have occurred over time arising from this feature. Or like we talked about the shopping experience where a new checkout flow could lead to more customers buying products. So there we could track how much time the user spent on the checkout flow, how many things are they buying, are they just going to the feature and coming back immediately. So you can define success metrics according to the feature you're deploying. You implement it in your analytics library. So whatever success metric that you are actually defining, also implement that for your analytics. If it's a smoother experience, you can have a key, for example, time spent on checkout or number of clicks in checkout. Did they actually have to click 10 buttons to do the checkout, or were they able to do the checkout in just 3 buttons? If so, that will also tell you, for example, if your UI is quite confusing, or is it just very straightforward and the user has a very smooth experience. And finally, create dashboards to compare. Most analytics providers out there give you ability to create dashboards. So, for example, again, talking about the checkout experience, you can have a line chart where one line represents the old checkout flow and the new line represents the newer checkout. The other line represents the new checkout flow. And you can have a graph that shows the number of transactions that took place over time, or number of clicks taken to do a transaction. And once you look at the dashboard, it's very easy for you to visualize the difference that your feature is making. And that's it from my side. You can reach out to me on Twitter at the ID mentioned. And also, if you are new to tech or Android, I also do mentoring sessions on this link. You can schedule slots. It's absolutely free. And if for some reason a time slot doesn't work out for you, you can reach out to me on Twitter and we can maybe work out a timing. And I can take questions now.
Thank you very much. That was a good talk about Firebase. We have a lot of questions actually. So, and we don't have enough time for all of them, but let's start really quick. So is there a way to track ANR in Firebase or Crashlytics, the app not responding status? Do we have a way to track that?
App not responding, I'm not sure, but I think there will be, I would say, some sort of performance library that looks for things like this. And you can again log them as exceptions to Firebase, whatever I showed with the Timber implementation. So plug in the Timber implementation with the performance library and you might get to know if you're having performance issues.
Okay. So you have to integrate a library to do that. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think so. Firebase gives you a direct way of figuring that out.
Yeah. Can we track issues outside the app crashes? For example, can we track an HTTP request not loading? I think that's related to the Firebase performance feature.
Yes. Yeah. So Firebase performance tells you what percentage of your APIs are failing, as well as like they will generate graphs for you as well, which are failing and what are your top APIs that fail. But also, if you want a custom implementation, what you can do is you can have some sort of a HTTP interceptor. Most people using networking on Android use the OKHTTP library. So that lets you intercept API calls. Now, once you intercept an API call and you notice that the API call failed, you can again log it as an exception to Firebase or your analytics library. And then you get a dashboard on your own saying that these are the API calls that are failing.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Ilya?
Yes. So we don't have a lot of time. We have 3 more questions. So I'm going to ask you our last question, and the other 2 will go to the dedicated Slack channel we've created for you. And the question is it possible to segment users based on their analytics events?
Yes, you can. There are, if you go to Firebase, the Firebase has a separate A/B testing feature where, based on a lot of different metrics, you can change the remote config dynamically. So I just showed a few static examples where, based on version number, you can do that, but there are other ways of changing it as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Subrayotai. I think that's all, and the next questions will be answered on Slack, like Elias mentioned. And I hope we can all chat in the Slack channel then. Stay tuned. We have a short break of 10 minutes, and we'll be back for another talk. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDJ, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot, so I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
I'm from India.
We are from GDG Cloud London.
From Lviv, Ukraine.
GDG Kutaisi, Georgia.
I'm from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Murcia in Spain.
GDG Paris.
GDG London.
Czech Republic, Ostrava.
From North Macedonia.
Prague, Czech Republic.
From GDG Bari.
From Spain.
Hello from Norway.
Galway.
GDG Galway.
GDG Pisa, Italy.
Innovative.
Supportive.
Opportunity.
Helpful.
Progressive.
Memorable.
Chance.
Extraordinary.
Energy.
Inclusive.
Active. Inspirational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait, are we talking to Google right now?
It's family.
When we co-organized the Women Tech Makers event in March.
The International Women's Day, when we did the last event before the Corona lockdown.
DevFest 2020.
When we did DevFest Spain.
Was our participation in Dev Russia.
To organize biggest DevFest of France in February 2020.
Joining a developer student club events as a speaker.
Organization and the realization of the GDG Dev Party together.
The organizing of our very first DevFest in collaboration with 5 chapters across 2 countries, Greece and Cyprus.
When my GDG and all the other GDGs in Italy self-organized to create the Dev Party.
Is every time Java joins the recordings.
The connect moment from 2020 is Dev to the party, Dev to the party, Dev to the party, GDGDG.
we've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Hello, welcome to this afternoon. Hi, Mahid, how are you?
I'm very good, very good. So
Thank you.
a very strange situation right now. People may ask, like, why the hell this guy is in the car? Actually, we got some noise inside, so so I just wanted to get rid of the noise and just come some places that is like quite like less noisy. But the problem is that here in Norway it's quite cold, so I can't stand it, outside. So I had to like be somewhere that is not that cold. So
man, this is a dedication. This is a dedication we look for from our speakers, from the community.
Of course. I hope you don't hear any noise, and my voice is very clear. I hope.
Yeah, it is. And if it's not, I'm gonna let you know. I can hear you clear and loud. And just to say, we just came back from our break. We now have the last two talks of our event. And now Mahid is a Google developer expert and an award-winning book author. I just wanted to ask you, what is the book you have written?
Sure. It was, I think, 2018 or 19. So I've written a book about progressive web app. So, and the book got a lot of attention from the community, and it was one of the best awarded in the category by some of these, organizations that give these awards to books and authors. So that was the book that I've written.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna give you the stage now. This is yours. This is an exciting topic for us because I think lots of developers often struggle a little bit with how they can interview and the art of failing at interviews. I think that's what we're all here for.
Sure.
So the stage is yours.
Thank you. All right, let's get it started. Today, I'm going to talk about the art of failing job interviews and winning a job. It's more of like my personal stories and a few tips and also tricks that I did, which helped me to find a job and actually achieved my goal. So hopefully that will be helpful for you too. So what I'm going to share today is, as I said, my story, how all this stuff began. And I will also tell you that, a lot of people are afraid of failing, but I have to say that, failure is a part of success. So I'll show you why. It's not something that, people are just saying. I actually felt it myself. I experienced it myself. And then some tips and tricks that I did for my resume, and a lot of stuff that I learned from these interviews, and I improved myself towards that, and also some action points that I executed along the way. So as I was introduced, my name is Majid. I'm based in Oslo right now, pretty cold, and I'm a Google developer expert and a community leader, especially in Flutter and Dart. And I am also doing a lot of like meetups and conferences, especially in Europe. So enough about me. Let's get started because I have a lot to talk about. So I started to write about my stories in my newsletter recently, which I called it Becoming Better. So this is some of these stories that I'm telling, I've written about in one of the issues, or the first issue. So the story began when I was living in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I've been living there for over maybe 7 years, and since 2011 until 2018 or 17, and I was like working over there as a software engineer, pretty happy. But then, you know, in the last 3 years of living in Malaysia, I was always thinking like, I think I need to move on. I need to go to another place. I considered to be immigrants to Australia and New Zealand. I started my immigration process, and you know, everything went very, very long. So then I decided to somehow consider applying for jobs in Europe. So, and Europe was my destination. I decided that I wanted to come to Europe to live and also work. So I started to finding all of the jobs from Glassdoor, LinkedIn, or Stack Overflow. You know, I'm a software engineer, so it was not that hard for me to find jobs in different platforms for sure. Started looking for the jobs and started to applying the jobs, you know. Maybe in the first 10 to 15 jobs that I applied, I mostly heard either nothing or rejection. So in parentheses, I have to say that I applied at the end of the day over 1.5 years, about 100 jobs, and I got rejected like around half of them, and half of them even didn't respond anyway. So when I started in the beginning to get rejection, and you know, also getting some like no answer, I was started to thinking like, what is wrong? So you know, here is the part that I'm saying failure is part of success, because so the first thing that it came to my mind, like as many people say, oh, probably I'm not good enough, right? But you know, after maybe 10 to 20 job application which I applied, I started thinking like, maybe that's not the case. Maybe there is something wrong with my, you know, resume, or maybe it's something that I'm not aware of. I need to analyze the problem. What is the problem? Why I don't just get no answer, or I get rejection constantly? So that is the part that I'm actually emphasizing right now. I started analyzing the problem, like from the beginning. What is wrong? The first thing that it came to my mind was, okay, when I'm applying for this job, the first entry to that company is my CV, right? So I need to have a good CV. But how can I have a good CV? I thought I had a good CV. I wrote a CV. It was like about 2 pages or 3 pages. I actually detailed out everything, you know, I added all the skills, but what's wrong? I'm adding everything over there. So started analyzing, started researching, and I realized that, well, perhaps there is some problems. Based on my research and the ones that I picked and applied to my CV, I realized that, okay, maybe having too many things in the CV is not a good idea. I need to start, you know, narrowing down things and maybe create 1 page only, an eye-catching CV. I had a lot of experience. I wanted to add everything to my CV, but you know, if you want to add everything to your CV, then it just gets so big or very boring to read. Another thing that I realized was, well, I was writing everything very detailed, But then I always like telling about like what I was doing and things like that. I never mentioned what I achieved. What was the outcome of the, things that I did in any companies. For example, let's say I was working in a company, I was working on a CMS as a backend developer, and said, the outcome of the work was a software which was doing this, we did it with this, and at the end of the day, it helped our company to reduce the cost from that to this. See? So these are the things that I realized, oh, maybe that is interesting for a recruiter or an engineering manager to read, right? And another thing that I realized was it was too much text in my CV. I said that, oh, it's a little bit hard to follow. It must be a little bit cleaner. A CV must be clean. So, and I always had this as one of my purpose, though it must be honest. Don't say something that you cannot talk about it. Just be very honest and open. That's the things that you should consider in your CV. And also ignore the part that was one of my mistakes. Also, I had some certification in some other things that was not relevant to my work, and I also added that to the CV. It is not very interesting for a job or a recruiter who is recruiting for a position to see something that is irrelevant to the job, right? It's just some distraction. So just got rid of them. So, and also at the end of the day, no grammar or spelling errors in any language that you are writing that. So I chose it like English, though it has to be, or it had to be perfect in terms of grammar and English. I got some help at that point. So I ended up having only one page, and here is my CV from that, time. It's only one page here. You see everything is clear, my name big. I have no distraction here, a few lines, some outcomes, and some skills that I have. And I'm also emphasizing what I achieved or, things like that. So this CV helped me quite a lot because it quickly, I quickly, when I applied this, I quickly got some interaction or at least some responses. But one tip that I can tell you about the CV is that, of course, you want to say like all of your portfolios, whatever you've done, things that you have in your portfolio. Well, these are the things that luckily these days we just can make it online, right? You can have a website, you can just update your LinkedIn very details, you can have relevant like maybe blog pages or portfolio pages if you are a designer, a different area. If you are a software engineer, for example, maybe create your portfolio in GitHub and places that recruiter or engineering managers can see it. And I started doing that. I made a very clean and one-page CV with all of the facts that I told you based on my research. And then the rest, I put them on my website, LinkedIn, and other pages. And I actually made a reference to my CV for all of them. This was good because when I applied, then at least I received response. Because then when you apply and you receive nothing, well, it's both unprofessional from the the company that you applied, as well as maybe you even didn't get to the recruiting progress. It just stays somewhere in the system. So, I mean, the first screening even didn't work. Therefore, I actually got some reply. It was like the first 2-3 months of my try. And then I was quite happy because then at least I got some response and I was invited for interviews. That was the nice part of it. So I was invited to interviews and I went for an interview quite a lot. And here is the story that I start. So I applied maybe for, as I said, a lot of companies, like over 100, maybe 50 of them. I actually over 1.5 years had around 40 or something interviews. So in the beginning, like maybe a couple of the first interviews, I just went to interview, had an interview, and a few days later I just got a rejection. And then again, as I told you, analyze the problem. I started to figure, thinking like, what is the problem? Why I'm getting rejection? So probably something here is, am I spending my time in interviews? There are something that I need to take into account, and I can improve. I can learn from each interview. So here is the time that I said, all right, so I need to create a simple maybe sheet or Google Sheet or whatever, Excel. So, and I start tracking the companies because it was becoming like quite a lot. So started tracking the companies, and I added a bunch of columns. It actually grew these columns over time. So I realized, oh, now I need to add email, maybe time to apply, the time that it takes that I receive a response, or where I was invited, when I was invited to interview, did I have an interview? Did I go to the second round or third round or anything like that? Did I get a rejection or anything? But two particular column for me was quite important. So I added two columns called my strengths and my weakness. I thought that, okay, I'm getting rejected. Of course, it's sad to see you're getting rejected for the company that you like to get a job for, or if you desperately need a job. But then each interview is telling me something. What if I write all of this down and I just reflect on it? For example, in the beginning, I was applying for some jobs, and in the interviews, the technical ones, for example, the people who were interviewing me asked some technical question and I didn't know, or I knew it, but I didn't know in depth. I added them to the weakness. Or in the first interview, when it's usually a screening and human resource, I realized I'm very good at talking to these people. I'm very good at like passing the first, step. The second step, or maybe the technical part, or the last step, which is mostly something else, maybe I'm not very good at that. I started to writing these strengths down, and I encourage you to do the same. So in each interview, you will learn one thing, and you will at next day after that, or maybe even the same day, you go ahead and plan for the things that you're not good at. If you are good at something, just maybe keep it as is. But if you're not good at, go ahead and do that. And here is the part which I want to emphasize. I am a solution architect. As an architect, there is a saying we said that you will have some technical depths in some skills. You know it very well. There are some part that stuff that you don't know. You don't know, like probably you're hearing about it in the interview and you don't know. And also there are something that you actually don't know that exists, right? The more you go to these interviews, you are adding more technical bits, what we call it, the stuff that now in the interview you realize about it, but you don't know it. It's the time that you need to go and improve. Here is my point. So in each interview, you can learn what you don't know or you're not good at. You go ahead, plan for it. Might take a few days or a few months, doesn't matter, depends on what you don't know. But usually if you are actually in a situation that you're applying to relevant position for your current position, you stuff that it's not that deep, so probably you can quickly learn them. And here is where I wrote about it: consistent learner. Start learning that every day. Now you don't know about, for example, gRPC, and someone asked you about it in an interview. All right, now you have a plan. this is something that probably interesting for companies, and you don't have this knowledge, you don't know about it. Okay, start learning. Very simple. Every day you can learn that. That is a secret that I had in my life. When I wanted to learn English way back, I had 1 year time frame for myself. I started to wake up every day around 4 or 5 a.m. every day. Sunday, Saturday, public holiday, really doesn't matter for me. I started to waking up every day and just made some progress. I wrote about this, experience in my blog again. So even right now that I'm talking to you, every day I dedicate some time every morning, 30 minutes, 1 hour, really depends on the time frame or your time. You can dedicate something every time that you wake up, you are fresh, learn something that you want to know or you want to learn. And this consistently learning will definitely help you to become much better. And another thing that I actually emphasize right now was discipline, right? Every day you need to do it, regardless of what day it is. You don't care. The plan is you need to learn. If it's Sunday or Saturday or any other day, it's only a couple of minutes or an hour of your life. You're just advocating or allocating that time for yourself to become better. Just do it. The discipline here was very important. And in fact, you're doing all of that. Now, coming back again to the interviews, I started to, becoming better. I learned a lot of things, perfect. But always expect unexpected. What does it mean? I mean, like, sometimes you go to an interview, a personal story. I actually got a job. I didn't get a job. I was applying and I went to the last part of the interview. Like I had maybe 4, 5 interviews. And the last one was with the manager, my manager. And based on all of these interviews and discussion that I had, after the last one, I concluded that, okay, I'm gonna get hired. There is no chance that I will get rejected. I even bought a bottle of champagne. So I wanted to just open and say, oh, we got this job, definitely. But that didn't happen. I got rejected when I was 100% sure I'm getting that job. Here is the part that I'm telling you. Don't count on anything until you sign that paper, Just be prepared for that. The reason is that then when you are prepared, when you are not prepared, based on my experience, then you get so disappointed. You just lose your motivation. But when you are expecting something probably can happen, maybe 10% I'm going to get rejected, then when it happens, then it's not important, because you are ready for that, you're prepared. At the end of the day, I got a job actually. Another things that I, based on unexpected things that I mentioned right now was, I was applying for the job for Netherlands and Germany, and I didn't consider any other countries. In between of all of these interviews, I also applied for a job in Norway. For just one company. I just found one company in Norway which they could have sponsored me for visa and I can come here as a software engineer. And now I told you where I'm based in, right? I'm in Norway. I'm in Oslo right now. I applied I actually had interviewed more than 40, 45 times maybe in another part of Europe, different companies, especially Germany and Netherlands. But I had only one interview in Norway with one company, and I'm here in Norway. So here is the part. So eventually, do not get demotivated. Just go ahead, expect unexpected, apply, You may get that last one. So what I'm gonna actually right now tell you is, if you are going to analyze the problem or getting rejected, if you learn from your weaknesses, you try to improve, coming back, iterate yourself, and repeat this, process all the time. After some time, in the beginning, it's a bit difficult, but after some time, you definitely can do it. So it's important that you need to be consistent. You don't have to just quickly be disappointed. Give yourself some time. Say, okay, maybe a year, maybe 35, I don't know, maybe 6 months or whatever. Just give yourself time frame. Do not get disappointed. And this is exactly what I did. I tried to learn every day. I was persistent in the way that I was learning. I didn't disappoint. I actually didn't give up, at all. That's the part. And I applied, even though I got rejected. I always, after a couple of interviews, I told myself, I think interviews is fun because I learn every day. Every time I go to an interview, they say something to me that I don't know, or maybe I'm not good at, and then I'll try to improve. And it actually made me a better software engineer after a year because I learned quite a lot. And in the last interview, or a couple of last interviews, I had some even discussion or with engineers, so they really liked the way that I approached them. So instead of they asking me, I had discussion, open discussion. So no, I think this is good. I looked at the problem when they said, as an architect, I was not an architect. I mean, I had a lot of experience, I learned quite a lot. As I said, I learned a lot based on this process. And I started to writing all of these, experience, my, personal experience in my new newsletter. That is also containing some technical, maybe articles from time to time, but I'm mostly writing about my stories, my, experience with different technology or life experience, as I said, like maybe the job interview. I hope that this, let's say, story inspired you, and then you go ahead and do the same thing that I did. And I'm sure that all of you can get a job at the end of the day, the one that you want.
Thank you. Thank you, Majid, so much for your talk.
No problem.
I think we have a few questions lined up for you.
Sure.
I'm going to share the first one. From applying on these companies, did you ask for feedback from the companies that rejected your application, and what have you learned from that feedback?
Very good question. Most of the companies usually send me like a template. I actually learned it after maybe 10, 20 rejections. So I was comparing the emails. This is very similar to another one. It seems like there is a template of software. They're just renaming and then say, some of them gave me, for sure, some of them gave me feedback, but many of them unfortunately didn't. So what I learned is that it's mostly me analyzing myself for that particular process. So even though they're saying something to you, it might not be very precise or detailed.
I will ask the next one. Did you have any fun or traumatic anecdotes to share with the community from your interview experience?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. What did you say?
Did you have any fun or fun experiences or things you did not like from the interview?
The fun experience.
You can share.
Yeah, sure. The fun experience, I think most of the interviews, like the most last, let's say the last 10, 20 of the interviews was very fun because I was quite improved in terms of skills, and I had a lot of, discussion. So at the end of the day, some of them were not just because of the technical part that I was rejected, mostly was because of sometimes the visa problems that the company couldn't afford that, or the relocation problems, which they didn't know they can do it or not. We had an interview. I had some interviews with some companies that they said, yeah, we want you. But after they went for the paperwork, they realized that, oh, they cannot even apply for a visa. So in the they didn't know in the beginning. So that is also something that I wanted to tell you. If you're looking for this type of job and you want to relocate, for example, do not just spend your time applying for companies that they don't even write they can, because then you just maybe waste your time. This is what I learned. I had to read more carefully about the job descriptions and see what they can offer me. If they can offer me this, then I can apply. Otherwise, then why would I do that? So either I get rejection, or I will get an email that, oh, sorry, we can't talk to you. Or you go to an interview, and after a couple of interviews, you say, oh, sorry, we cannot sponsor you for visa, for example. Like, visa is an example. It might be something else. Like if you're a front-end developer, a UX designer, just don't blindly apply for a job. Just read that carefully. See if it really resonate with you and your skills. If it doesn't, just don't apply, because you might get this rejection. And if you get rejection, you get disappointed. So in fact, the problem is not you. The problem is that your skills is really not matched with that description because you didn't read. Spend some time and even search about the company. That's also very important.
Would you advise to ask first, like the first question that it would be a blocker for you to accept the job? Ask it at the beginning, so you can apply.
Exactly. That's the point. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Let's ask another one. Can you share the template before on the Excel? Is it open, accessible to people that can use that?
Absolutely.
Excel?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Here is the slides.com/myhandler, MHA daily. So you can find me anywhere on the internet with this handler. So anywhere, like literally. So you can just go to this page. The first slide right now is the slide that I presented to you. And I added all the links for that Excel sheet, my resume. I just added everything there. So hopefully that can help you.
Okay, good. And the link is the slides.com/MHA daily.
Exactly. It's right now in the screen.
Okay. I have 2 more questions. What advice would you give to someone who got rejected several times and their morale is very low? How can they get back up applying with confidence?
I hope that my story can inspire you, because you said several times. I got rejected for more than 40 times. So I changed my mindset. I think you should change your mindset. Even these days, I'm going to interview. I don't want a job. I don't need a job right now, but I had interviews. The reason is that interview is giving you an opportunity to learn, an opportunity that's something that you don't know, and you will realize from someone from the interviews, right? So I think you should change your mindset. Instead of just being disappointed, just change your mindset. Okay, every time, oh, okay, I got rejected, that's fine, but I learned, on the other hand, I learned about this, which I didn't know. All right, that's good. If you think about it like this, which I did, you never get disappointed anymore, because every time you rejected, you get a rejection, you just learn. On the other hand, you will learn something new. That's it doesn't need to be a skill, by the way. It can be like a technical skill. It can be a soft skill. Like, for example, you're not good at negotiating, you're not good at talking to managers, maybe you're not good at these type of things. So maybe you need to improve yourself with negotiation part. It's not just technical part sometimes, right? You just need to look at this, analyze this problem this way.
Yeah, thank you. And the last one is it's a bit of the reverse of your talk title. You talk about the act of failing job interviews from the candidate perspective. How about companies failing those job interviews? Can you share a couple of red flags that made you run away from the company?
I actually had that, to be honest. Some of the companies I didn't even like. I had the first or second ones, and I realized, oh, this engineering team sounds very strange, you know. So, and I had to skip that. So it's not the things that I like. So they are like working. Like my style is, I like a little bit more freedom, autonomy. I want to learn, but they are like very strict. You should sit and write code. Oh, that's not my part. This is what I understood. So yeah, definitely. I had this experience too.
Okay.
I have one more, if I may, if we have time. Sorry, Maria. So if you know, there is the textbooks guidance. It's always do your research, know the company, and know the role that you are applying, so you're better prepared. So is there a sweet spot on the time you need to spend researching the company and applying to many companies instead? So you can take a month, let's say, to prepare for a company, or you can apply to 20 companies in a month.
No, actually, that's the point. That's a very good point. And that's also something that I learned from all of those interviews, is that instead of applying to 20 companies at the same time, maybe I should spend like a month or two to learn and improve. And then when I'm confident that if I apply to 5 of them, I can get a job, I can apply. So, because always going to an interview is waste of time. I actually wasted my time a lot. It's a lot of numbers that I'm telling you, like 40 is a lot, but you know, it's not 40 companies. It's over 1.5 years that I had every week almost an interview. It was like, you know, it's stressful. Sometimes, you know, you get disappointed. Sometimes you're hyped. So, but if you spend sometimes and try to prepare yourself for the job that you are applying, then you might even get a better result. That's exactly what I think these days. For example, if I want to apply for Google or Amazon, I know that they want me to know algorithm very well. I need to write it on the paper, on the whiteboard. If they want me this way, then I don't go and apply. It doesn't matter. I mean, there is no point. I need to make myself as good as possible, which I can write code on the, you know, whiteboard from my mind without any editor, and I know the algorithm very well, then I can apply and go to interview, you know. So it's not always a point to apply. It's also sometimes you need to spend some time, and that's the part that you mentioned, Maria, that you need to learn, you need to study the company first, understand what they want, and once you're confident you are good for that, then go and apply.
Yeah, of course. And we have one last question from Maxime. Maxime is asking, did you use some quizzes to check your weaknesses?
I haven't used any quizzes, but I always analyzed my weaknesses. After some time, maybe 6 months, I actually realized that my weaknesses are now shortened. It's not that much anymore. The only thing was, like, some of the weaknesses took me a long time to get good at them. So it's not like overnight things that you go ahead and just, you know, learn something. Sometimes it takes time. So this is also important. So you know it yourself, actually. When you write your weakness, you really know how long will it take to understand or learn or, you know, improve. So this is something also I learned.
Okay, thank you so much for your talk and all your answers. I know it was a lot of questions coming in.
Sure.
I think now if anybody has any more questions, feel free to ask them on Slack or reach out to Majid on Twitter as well.
Sure.
I'm gonna share the link from your slides so people can access your material as well.
Sure.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope everyone enjoyed.
Thank you very
so
much.
let's keep in touch.
Of
Bye.
course.
Bye.
So now we go to a small break or until Anna will start her talk. See you soon.
See you soon.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Maggie, you're on mute though. Hello, Anna.
Hi.
Let's wait for Maggie. Yeah.
Yes, now you can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was my excitement now that I meet Anna. So, hello, Anna. Welcome. Greetings from the sunny city of Athens and Cyprus. Anna is our last speaker, last but not least, I could say. Anna, actually, I was very eager for your talk because I'm a cross-platform UI UX designer. So I already know the struggle of how it is to create UX experiences that apply across different devices, across different systems and stuff like that. So Andreas, why don't you make a short introduction about Anna?
Yeah, hello from Nicosia as well. As Maggie said, you will be closing the series of talk we have today. Anna has a great resume, very impressive in my opinion. She's a UX consultant at Google, and she's also an artist and illustrator in her free time. She joined Google 6 years ago after being an IT consultant at Accenture. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, all right, yeah.
Yeah, and she's also, she helps Google partners in Europe, Middle East, and Africa area to improve their mobile app experiences using design sprints, webinars, and some workshops. You can fill in anything I missed. So Anna, the floor is yours for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Thank you, Maggie. I'm so delighted to join you today and really honored to finish this whole thing. I didn't know I'm going to be the last one. Yeah, and it actually just happens that I was the vacation of my vacation of this year was actually both in Greece and Cyprus. So I was like, okay, you know, this is pretty amazing to connect to you guys. Yeah, so I, as Andreas said, I work as a UX design consultant or design specialist at Google. I'm based in Dublin, which is also sunny today. Yeah, so and what my team is doing, we are trying to understand the best practices of mobile experience that work for different platforms, right? So whenever we take any best practices that we see at Google working well for our product, my job is also to communicate these things externally and talk to different our partner companies and help them improve their web experience and app experience. And yeah, that is exactly what, you know, I have put together as you know, some tips for cross-platform user experience design, right? Because again, if you have both web and an app, what are those things that really work for both of them and what you should be watching out? And yeah, so I will let's maybe, you know, start with the problem statement. So why we're talking about this, right? And we usually look at this from the angle of companies, right? They come to us and say, hey, I have both. I have website and an app, and you know, what is a web user and what is the app user? What do they, you know, what kind of UX I need to have for the web user, for the app user? And you know, and I think this question should probably sound familiar for you, right? But then I think we really need to look here from the angle of users, right? So, and this is some statistics of the recent research that Google has conducted. So what we see is that user journey is more and more multi-platform these days. And the lines between web and app, they really, really continue to blur. Right. So, and I'm talking about mobile web. OK. And so people, they may start their, you know, meet your brand on the web. And then they may at some point after a few visits, actually be convinced to download the app. They may have a purchase in the app or not. And then at some point they delete the app, but then they come back to your brand on the web again, you know. So it's really a lot of back and forth these days. And yeah, so the conversation is no longer, you know, oh, whether I should be doing web or app. of course, they are complementary and they kind of both have strengths and benefits for the users. The problem is just, again, when we look from the angle of platforms, from the angle of companies developing an app or developing a website, it's kind of like this platform thinking is a little bit wrong. But what we really need to look is this user journey, the really multi-platform user journey, and how they interact with your brand over maybe more than one interaction or purchase. And yeah, I would say, you need to follow the user literally, so to watch them, to understand the different patterns, and maybe conduct a lot of user research. That is something that a lot of companies neglect. Really, they would prefer to do A/B tests or some look into analytics, so be very, very quantitative about things. But the qualitative side of things, when you actually watch how people interact with your brand, when you ask them how they browse, how they shop online, watch them holding devices, right? And maybe doing even field studies. So it's very important. And again, it's important that you look beyond just one session, right? When you just give the user the task and then they complete the job, it's never that easy, right? It's really a lot of back and forth, and just try to understand how with user research you can really, really understand this. But yeah, but today I'm actually going to share with you some of the things that we saw. Definitely, some patterns of user behavior, and also share back the actual UX recommendations. So let's get started. So I can maybe kind of break it down. Okay, we will have like 5 top high level tips, and then a few best practices. But then I also want to break it down into 3 pillars. So web and app design is a lot about, first of all, again, designing this cross-platform user journey, right? It's also about designing for mobile screen and using general UI and CRO best practices along the way, right? So I will probably speak mostly about the cross-platform thing and design mobile first, because that is something that's again, this talk is about. But then general UX is also kind of, keep in mind the general UX best practices. I'll just share some resources where you can find more. Yeah, so let's start with the cross-platform design. And here is the first thing. So again, because users tend a lot to switch a lot between web and app, this transition, this point of transition, right, how you redirect users from one platform to another, is a very important moment that you need to understand. And yeah, so again, from the design point of view, it may look, for example, first of all, to give users a chance to explore the website, right? How many websites do we enter these days? Like on this screenshot on the right-hand side, where, it's like saying welcome. And the first thing that you see is like, download the app. So give your website a chance, give the user a chance to explore the website. And, even if on the mobile web, you only have like a landing page, you can still let people engage with that content, publish more information, make it interactive, the landing page, and maybe show this app banner, not at the right at the first second, maybe after a while. And yeah, so give them some value first, give them something to explore. Don't show any pop-up, especially, right? Because pop-ups have been historically quite ignored by users. They never liked them since the 90s, and they still don't. So yeah, and if your website is actually repeating the app functionality, then this makes even more sense, right? So and then ask yourself, so why do you really want to push users that much into the app? Is it because there is a real value of the app for the user, or is it just like you have a target, to push your app download metric? So sometimes companies become what they measure, right? And if you have a goal like, oh, we need to increase app downloads, and then you're gonna populate the website with all these prompts to download the app, but is it actually driving that much of a value for the user? You need to be very, very honest with yourself, with what kind of metrics you're measuring and why. Okay, so I hope this is like a good example how you shouldn't be doing. And instead, if you want to promote your app on your website, you can do it in a non-intrusive way, right? So for example, you can consider prompting already engaged users, for example, when they view certain key content, or maybe on their second or third visit, right? Or maybe like on the screenshot on the right-hand side, you can make the prompt rediscoverable throughout the user journey. For example, when you put this in the site navigation bar, so that user again can always come back to this decision, right? And they will always know that the option to download the app is there, and they can reconsider it once they are ready. The second rule is every prompt needs to be integrated within the UI, right? Again, I said pop-ups have historically become really popular for promoting installs, but again, every pop-up is a very intrusive experience. It's going to likely be ignored or dismissed by a user. And when you design less intrusive experiences, it actually leads to higher engagement. So prompts that are integrated within the UI, as if they're part of the website, so these prompts are more likely to be well received by a user. And the final point here, we all know how important it is to use value proposition and some visuals, to motivate people to complete the task, maybe, right? To explain them why it's important right now in this moment. So yeah, just speak to them with the language, right? Adapt the value proposition. So really tell them why it is a good idea to install the app right now, right? Well, how it's going to help. Tailor it to the moment where the user is, right? So if you're showing this prompt in the basket, the message can be, I don't know, like always keep track of your orders, right, with you. Or if you're showing the message on the very beginning of the user journey, right, and so somewhere like up the funnel, then it might be more branding type of message. So really have a look, experiment with this, and yeah, that is also something that you can test, right? And we've actually seen from our experience that tests of the copy. The copy of the language that you use are one of the most impactful A/B tests. So the language is something that really makes a difference, makes people connect to them in the moment. So if you find the right message, then definitely do not hesitate to just add it to the prompt. Yeah, and of course, different like visuals, like icons. The human brain works in a way, right, that we recognize visuals first, and only after that we read text, because Mother Nature has built this ability into our brain to interact with visuals, right? But text is something that we all had to learn, right? We all had to learn how to read. So always use the visuals to support the action. Okay, so the next best practice of cross-platform and even like cross-device experience is creating this a space for the user where they can store their personal information and retrieve it from every device, right? And we encourage, for example, sometimes some big retailers to enable not only like wish lists, but maybe even option like email me my basket, right? So if the user isn't ready to complete the purchase right now from this device, or maybe just like, I don't know, they are being distracted, or they don't have time to complete the purchase, I don't know, right? Again, if it's mobile device, they're probably in like different case scenarios, right? Then email me my basket is actually enabling them to access the basket or wish list from any device, right? So from whenever they're ready, they can go back and open it maybe on desktop or on the mobile website. So really have a think how you can create this personal space for the user, maybe even without registration, right? So and enable this cross-platform user behavior, right? So you don't like tell them, oh, you need to complete the thing not right now here, right? But you give them options to complete the task later. Okay. Yeah. So what else? Then yeah, the next thing that we're going to talk about after this, like making sure you understand the cross-platform user behavior and enable it actually, right? Empower users to be cross-platform. You think about consistency, right? And that is actually the next question that we get a lot. Is like, okay, what design guidelines I follow, right? Is it like so Android, iOS, what about my website? So, and that's true, right? Users probably, these are different guidelines. The users are probably not likely going to switch between Android and iOS, right? But they will probably switch between app and website, as we already discussed with you before. So the tip number 2 is just that consistency of experience that you have across different platforms is actually much more important than adjusting to local guidelines, right? And again, just think about them not like an Android users or iOS users, just think about them as just overall your customers or your users, and they just want to do like the same thing, right? To do something with your app or website from the phone, or right? And so that's why again, we do understand that Android and iOS guidelines are different, but if we take out the navigation, for example, it's mostly just really small other details that are different about like interaction patterns, visual styling components. So they're really not that different, and I think you can really find this universal language that you can use everywhere, right? And again, you kind of empower people to switch between mobile website and app, go back, and everywhere they would just have this consistency, right? And yeah, so let's talk navigation. That's again one of the super common questions, and it is being very well adopted on the app, but on the web, brands would be like, I'm not sure, but it's a whole desktop legacy completely, right? Because all the navigation used to be on desktop websites on the top of the page, and then whenever UX designers try to squeeze it for the mobile screen, you kind of get this hamburger button, right? So all the important categories get hidden behind the hamburger button, but it's actually important to expose options, right? I'm not saying that bottom navigation is a solution to everything, and it is it should be everywhere. I'm just saying that again, it is present in both iOS and Android, and if you already have it somewhere, like for example in your iOS app, it is a good idea to go ahead and maybe implement it on your mobile website or Android app, because again, you will prioritize the consistency, and in general, again, bottom of the screen is a good ergonomically good location, right? It's quite easily accessible for the fingers, and it is also about, as I said, exposing your main destinations and not hiding them. Yeah, and this is one of the case studies in bottom navigation. It is actually a really nice case study. I recommend you to read it. It's Sephora. They redesigned the app, and one of the and once they redesigned it, they've done lots of testing, and it was also a lot of qualitative tests. So user research, they were really trying to understand whether, you know, this is driving the value. And yeah, so they discovered that the new bottom navigation did help users quickly orient themselves, and the changes were really good for the user and for the business. So I think they were looking at like app engagement, customer satisfaction, and of course conversions, and also the perception of speed. And they've seen you know, that things are much more clear for people, and they orient themselves better. So just again, there's another case study that is proven that it is a good idea for overall for mobile device, right? Yeah, so, and to finish with the cross-platform thing, I think I want to mention still the couple of solutions that you can use, right, on both on Android and or on the web. So the first one, of course, is you can skip the forms completely altogether if you implement checkout with Google Pay, right? So you kind of let customers just complete the purchase in a few clicks, that if they already store their details with Google Pay. And one of the best practices that we've seen working well is actually start displaying this option as early as you want, you know, sometimes. So it's going to be like a shortcut that people can take, you know, like buy in one click now from here. And yeah, we also recommend using different sign-in solutions, right? So under the link here, you can find some resources on how you can improve your sign up and sign-in experiences. Yeah. Okay, so that was all about cross-device. Now we think about mobile first. What does it mean really designing mobile first, and whether it's, again, website or an app, it is the same rules because it is the same device, right? And it is the same way how people interact with it. So why should, again, the experiences be different, right? So the tip number 3, again, it's designing for a shorter attention span, right? You all know that this tale about the goldfish, that the average internet user has an attention span shorter than a goldfish. I think goldfish has like 9 seconds and internet user has less. But so the news is that the attention span of the mobile user, no matter which, again, whether they are looking at the website or an app, the attention span is even shorter, right? You only literally have like 2-3 seconds to influence them, and it's also much easier to get distracted from the task on the phone, right? Because as a user, you may like receive an incoming call, a text message, push notification. So it is really, really important that you keep this in mind whenever you design the mobile experience, and reducing time to complete the task as much as you can. Reducing distractions is just like that's how you're going to get much more better chances of users to succeed with the task, right? Okay, so how do we survive in this attention economy? So first of all, right, you pay a lot of attention to the above default space. So really at every single screen, every landing page and every app screen, you just think, okay, what are the key things that I want people to see here, to interact with? And we believe that there always should be at least 3 elements above default, right? So first of all, some very clear sentence, or maybe like call it value proposition, which would just talk to the user about what's going on this page, why, I don't know, why this business, or, you know, what they can do here, what they can complete here. It's also at least one call to action, right? So that people are clear what to do. And again, it can be multiple call to actions, of course. It's just, again, you need to really, really understand how you want people to start engaging with the content, which one of the call to actions to highlight with the design. Do you want them to start scrolling down and explore the content, or do you want them to click right in the middle? So, you know, you kind of play around with this above default space, but the truth is, again, like a lot of people don't even scroll too much, and it is important that you are really convincing and you know how you use the above default space. And yeah, of course, I talked about the importance of having visuals, and here it's the same rule on every screen. Again, like you use some sort of visuals or photographs or icons to tell the story, right? To complement what you were saying with some kind of visuals that are gonna send the signal to the brain of the user. Okay, this page is about that. Okay, this action is about this. Yeah. And the last but not least is, again, if the screen is up the funnel, like if the page is up the funnel, then along with the three things, you can also have the fourth, as is the high level categories of your, I don't know, it's just like what your product is about, you know, what users can overall do here, yeah, right? So if it's, I don't know, like an insurance company, like this whole menu of all insurances that we have, you know, and you kind of start displaying this in the above the fold space because you want people interact with it, have a read, and really understand what your business is about. Okay, so the next thing about attention spans is that now that the users already have quite short attention spans, you don't want to interrupt them even more, right? And we talked before about prompts and pop-ups in the context of app installs, but actually for any other prompt, whether you just ask your user to give feedback on the page or on the product, maybe, you know, some quality, if you conduct some surveys, right? Or if you ask them to subscribe, if you, like for any prompts, the rules are the same, right? So you need to make sure the prompts appear at a good time, that it looks and feels native to the UI, right? So it's not a pop-up. And also that it has some language, that you use the language that speaks to the user in that moment, right? Displaying like why they should, you know, install or subscribe or rate the app or you know, give some feedback. So just make sure, again, you for any in-app prompts you or in web prompts you use the same logic. Yeah, and this is a great case study, actually, an example that we talked to eBay classifieds, to their apps team, and yeah, we introduced this idea that they want to improve push notification sign-up rates, and so they introduced this prompt after the user has completed a certain task, after they posted an ad, right? Because it was already the job was done, the task was complete, and now it was a good moment to show the prompt, right? Because and they also kind of you know, I think they you know, they put the language saying like, oh, you know, you posted an ad, just keep track of all your ads if you're gonna subscribe to push notifications. And it was a really good moment, you know, for the user. So they successfully tested this, and then they rolled out to the entire product this change. Yeah. So, and then speaking about distractions, of course, like any animation, like, you know, sometimes there are animated carousels of banners and like on the top of the homepage, engaging the user. So any animation is really, first, it's a bad user experience. It is a forced content exploration. We get annoyed by animation. It gets us distracted. So again, the rule here, if you do need to have kind of a carousel of things, you just make it static. Okay, you just turn off the animation and you put user in control, and you allow them to swipe and explore, and that is how it's actually user initiated action, right? And it makes much more sense and it costs more, right? Yeah, so engagement is kind of this new currency in the UX world, right? So don't distract them with this unnecessary animation. You're actually going to get much more quality engagements if you put user in control. And the last thing about attention span, right? You know that for again, websites in apps, you need to engage with the user in every second of their experience, because again, they can get distracted, or they, I don't know, can get annoyed. And you also may know that real speed, there is a real speed of your website or an app, but then there is also perceived speed, right? And how users feel, and they actually feel the websites or apps are slower when the user is in a rush, or I don't know, or when they're angry, when they're anxious, and it's quite often the case with when they use mobile devices, they may be in a hurry or something like that. So there again, you need to help users to wait by occupying their time, and whenever again you load the screen or you kind of process some action that user has clicked on, you need to make sure you use the UI elements of your app or your website, like progress bars, skeleton screens, system, something that is going to signify the system response time, that, you know, something is happening. So you kind of like occupy users' time. You don't let them go away, but you show them something instead. And this actually improves very much the perceived speed. Yeah, so have a look at, again, implementing like skeleton screens, progress bar. So anything like a system that's going to signify this progress. Okay. And then the tip number 4, we're almost there, design for mobile ergonomics, right? Design for the way people hold or use the device, because it's the same device, and no matter if it's website or an app, it is the same rules. So we already talked before about bottom navigation, right? It is a good idea, but what I want to say that in general, bottom of the screen is a really again, a more ergonomic location. It's easier to reach. So consider actually anchoring all the key important call to actions on the bottom. Anchor pop-ups to the bottom. It's so much easier to interact with the pop-up. Like if you have a well-designed pop-up. So just have a think about how you utilize this bottom of the screen space. It's not only just from perspective of main navigation, but any CTA basically. And then another thing about mobile devices to remember, it is a quite small screen, right? And relatively large fingers that people have to tap. So make sure that you have all the touch targets are large enough, right? And then you reduce the number of things per screen, number of touch targets per screen, right? And show only the ones that are relevant in the moment. And yeah, and also don't forget other things like hygiene, form hygiene listed here. Like showing the right keypad in the right moment, using autofill suggest that where you kind of suggest input for the user. So you make any form completion, which is like a lot of work with your big thumbs, right? On a small screen, make sure it's easy for the user, right? And again, I'm sure you guys know all this, but you will be still surprised how many times it's been overlooked, like these kind of basic hygiene principles, and it does, demotivate people a lot from interacting on the mobile device. Yeah, so this is a case study of another company we worked with. It's Eastpak. They decided that they're going to test showing auto suggestions and with popular email domains. And yeah, as you can see, like this, the bounce rate has decreased by 18%, and this was on their mobile website. So it was a really good change. Okay, so I think I have only a few minutes left, and I want to make sure I save some time for the Q&A. So the last tip here, the number 5, is that you need to design reliable experiences for both apps and websites that work fast and work in all the states, right? Since, again, mobile users are always on the go, they may experience connectivity issues. They may be in the train or, like traveling somewhere. It's important that you are always there for the user. So the first important thing is to design the offline state for both web and app. And yes, you can do this for the web now with the PWA. And yeah, so again, they may experience bad internet connection. So make sure you think about the offline experience. And here I published a link. With my colleagues at Google, we published this PWA playbook, and I wrote a few chapters about how the offline state can actually look like for different types of industries, and what are the use cases, how you use this. Yeah, so, and the other thing is that you can really think about the different chat support options, or whenever the user goes offline, what kind of means to get in touch with your brand you provide them, right? With so you kind of like, again, you don't just optimize for your product, but you think about the offline ways how they can interact with you, and this is the kind of this whole 360. Okay, yeah, so on this note, I'm done with the top 5 things, and here again I said, so the general UI and CRO and UX best practices are also like there. We have actually a few resources for you. You can, I don't know, make a screenshot of the slide, or we can share. We published a few like playbooks and webinars about just general good UX principles, right? Or I'm encouraging you to have a look. And yeah, that's it from me for today. So these are all the high-level 5 ideas, right, that we discussed, but also like lots of practical things. And again, some of these things are about the fact that the user is traveling a lot more across platforms these days. So it's just how I think about this holistically. The other thing is that, again, keep in mind the device. This is more important than platform thinking, right? And last thing, don't forget just about general UX best practices. Yeah. That's it from me. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. And yeah, I can see already Maggie and Andreas joining me for the Q&A.
Yes. Actually, Anna, many thanks for the presentation. I mean, it was awesome. At least for me as a designer, it was awesome because you answered a lot of my questions, especially with the navigation menu and the push notifications. I think that you mentioned a lot of important points that actually exist through case studies from big companies, and that's a big insight. The statistics that you actually shared with us were awesome too. And we have a few questions for you. Just let me... Oh, here's the first one. So when you design apps, do you also design animations? If so, which is your favorite tool?
Well, regarding the tool, no, just like I personally don't design animations, yeah, like just for any designs that we do, I use either Figma or Sketch. I don't design animations. It's like a different team. Yeah, but as I said, animations are kind of a tricky thing overall. Like from the best practices point of view, you need to make sure it's even like in one of these Google Material Design principles. Every animation needs to be meaningful, right? And it is something that needs to either bring the value for the user, so like explain how the window is opening, right? Or that it is gonna like open on top of this UI or somehow else. Yeah, but I only know this from the best practices point of view, and I don't design. I personally don't design animations. Yeah.
Well, actually, I use Adobe XD, and I figured out that nobody else actually is using Adobe XD. Everyone is using Figma and Sketch. Now I move forward with Figma, and pretty cool animations are out there too, especially with the plugins. So I'm going to move forward with the second question, which is, do you test different UIs using A/B testing? How do you decide which works better for your users?
Yeah, maybe some tools about the A/B testing on how you implement that.
Yeah, so I actually cannot really recommend any tools, but I can maybe speak about Google Optimize. But from the other solutions outside of the Google solutions, I cannot really speak about that. It's but overall, like regarding how do you test designs, yes, A/B testing is definitely something that you need to nail as a company, as a product research department, right? And this is kind of like the way to know whether you're actually the change is good for the user, or it's just maybe you who think it's good. But the truth is, what we see a lot also, A/B testing is not going to answer all your questions, right? And it's also sometimes a little bit hard to interpret the data, and you need to have people with really degrees in statistics to understand this quite well, that we are, we are actually proving our hypothesis and we interpret correctly. So I would say also do a lot of qualitative research, right, to understand and validate some of the changes in hypothesis with just showing things to users, asking them what they think, how they feel about it, what they what's going on the page. So yeah, and again, from A/B testing solutions, I can say Google Optimize on the web and Firebase for the apps are the Google solutions. And yeah.
Great. And last question is, one of the keys for a successful UX design is to keep consistent across different devices, which is something that you actually mentioned in your presentation too. But how you are doing this when you have to design an app which is available for a smartphone and a smartwatch? Smartwatches have a restriction in real estate. How do you select which features to show?
Wow, it's a great question. Actually, never never thought about this in a way that it has to be consistent across all the devices, including even smaller ones, right? Yeah. I think, like, again, I never thought about this in depth, but I think here you kind of need to apply the same thinking as when you take the desktop and you squeeze it in for mobile, right? And for that very small above the fold space, as I said, you kind of prioritize the key things, and it has to be what did I say? It has to speak something to you, right, in the moment. So some message that is relevant. It has to be what was it? So some visuals maybe, right? So kind of giving a hint about what's going on. Yeah, and then the key maybe call to action. So what you want to do for the user right now about this. So I would just think about, again, the moment the user is in, and condensing this content from mobile screen to even the smaller one, and making sure you just do this prioritization right, and you prioritize things relevant for this moment.
So also depending on the industry and the kind of app that you are trying to build, right? To see which is the most popular feature that you have to include in your watch.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is why a lot of applications that are actually available for smartwatches only have one basic feature. I mean, this feature is based on the moment that you mentioned in your presentation, right? That you want to do something instantly, for example.
Yeah, I think because you can only, again, focus on one thing at a time, and for people, again, like any notification that is going to arrive on the smartwatch, right? You don't want to show too many of them, because it's a smaller screen, and do they really need to see all of them? Maybe yeah. But yeah, I to be honest, I think it's a very, very interesting question. Again, my expertise is in mobile design, and I work with cross-platform in terms of mobile web, mobile app. But this is a really great question. Yeah.
Great. I think that we do not have any other questions for you, Anna. Andreas, right?
Yeah, I think we are done.
Great.
Anna.
Okay.
Anna, we are very, very thankful for your presentation and answering the questions too.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, Andreas. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye, Anna. Thank you.
It was really nice. Bye.
So I think, Andreas, that here is a wrap up.
Yeah. And let's wait for everyone to join.
Sure, but before we actually say goodbye to everyone who stayed with us all these hours, actually one thing before we sum up, in about 1 hour from now, an I Am Remarkable workshop will take place via Google Meet. For those who don't know, I Am Remarkable workshop is a Google initiative that aims to empower everyone to celebrate their accomplishments. So no matter who you are, empowerment is for everyone. All you need is a piece of paper, a pen, and most important, your beautiful smile. The workshop will start in about an hour, so you will find the link on a dedicated slide at the closing of the event. So feel free to join us.
Also, we like to say that we would have the videos uploaded on YouTube and on Facebook for those of you who didn't manage to get on the start of the presentations. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you enjoyed the talks. And until the next one.
And most importantly, I just wanted to say how much I'm enjoying these events. We've run this last year, and we had so much fun interacting between us, but also with all the attendees who joined us in this. And this was another day with lots of jokes and plans and interactions that we had. So thank you everyone for joining today. Have a lovely afternoon, and until next time.
Goodbye from all of us.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Goodbye,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.